Good evening. It is now 5:30 p.m. I call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for January 27, 2026. Please let the record reflect that all members except for Trustee Sellers are in attendance. What are the wishes of the board on the adoption of the agenda?
So move.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee
Second.
Singh, and I have a second by Trustee Sadhu. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Motion carries. Now we will take any comments from the public on any closed session items. Any member of the public in the audience wishing to address the board on a closed session item, now is the time to come forward. If you are watching this from remotely, the number to call is 559-276-3150. We will allow 30 seconds to pass before we will adjourn to closed session.
Board President, 30 seconds have passed and there's no callers at this time.
Thank you. Hearing no comments from the public on closed session item, we will adjourn to closed session and return to open session at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Welcome. They put me here because I am closest student. Everybody else was long graduated. How old? No, class of 2015.
Good evening. The board returns to open session. Thank you all for joining us. Items to report from our closed session. Trustee Vice President Sellers joined us at 5:34 p.m. The certificated personnel report was approved by a motion by Trustee Kerfan and a second by Trustee Sadhu. Motion carried 6-0. We had the classified personnel report also supported unanimously by a motion by Trustee Singh and a second by Trustee Kirk. And then the board took action in closed session to reject claim number GHC 0092528 for all incidents occurring within 6 months of the presentation date. The motion passed unanimously. The motion was made by Trustee Kirk and a second by Trustee Singh. Before we move on to the next item on our agenda is the oath of office. We are welcoming our 2 new student trustees. And so we do have an oath of office that we need you to take, and then certificates acknowledging and commemorating your oath of office. How do we want to do this? Have them in the front? Okay. So just as a reminder to our two student trustees, the board's bylaws do grant you the authority to make motions and to second motions, and you have a provisionary vote, so I will ask for your vote first before I have the rest of the elected board members vote, okay? And I'll remind you of that so you know as we go through the process. We move on to our next item, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. If I can have Vice President Sellers please lead.
Please stand.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we will have our community engagement information, and if I can have each interpreter translator introduce themselves when they come up. Thank you.
Good evening. If you wish to address the board, please call 559-276-3150 or fill out a request form provided on the table near the entrance and submit it to the clerk of the board prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on an item on the agenda, please do so when that item is called. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, you may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Si desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva, llame al número 559-276-3150 o complete un formulario de solicitud provisto en la mesa cerca de la entrada y preséntelo al secretario de la mesa directiva antes de la reunión. Se permitirán comentarios públicos relacionados con los temas de la agenda cuando se llame el tema. Los comentarios públicos sobre un tema que no está en la agenda se permitirán durante la sección de comentarios públicos de la agenda. The district welcomes other language speakers to the board meetings. Anyone planning to attend and needing an interpreter for a language other than Spanish should call 559-274-4700, extension 10150. By noon on the Friday preceding the board meeting, or at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting, so arrangements can be made for an interpreter. El distrito da la bienvenida a las personas que hablan otros idiomas a las reuniones de la mesa directiva. Cualquier persona que planifique asistir y necesite un intérprete para un idioma que no sea español, llame al 559-274-4700, extensión 10150, el viernes antes de la reunión y antes del mediodía, o por lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión para poder hacer los arreglos para la interpretación. Thank you.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਿਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 559-276-3150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਜਾਂ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਟੇਬਲ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਇੱਕ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਫਾਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਭਰੋ ਅਤੇ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਕਲਰਕ ਕੋਲ ਜਮ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਜਨਤਕ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਸਾਡਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇਕਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹੋਣ ਦੀ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਲਈ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸ਼ੁੱਕਰਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ 48 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 559-274-4700 ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ 10150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you both. We move on to our student recognition. I'll turn it over to Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
Good evening. Is Christopher Golden here from Rio Vista? Excellent. Christopher, do you want to come up to the podium? In December, we brought you a list of amazing students, musically talented, who had made honor bands. And so we actually have more from our district that have made the honor band. And so we're recognizing them tonight. Our group from Rio Vista includes the following students, and their band director, Mr. Golden, is present to help me honor them tonight and honor his work with them. So our first student is Kennedy Crawford. I'm going to have you guys come and stand up here with your band director. Right here, just right here. We'll do it as a group tonight. That way it'll front and back. I'm going to hurt this name and I don't want to. Ian Zhang. I have some assistants. Did I say that right? Okay, because if I don't, correct me. Bronxton Saldate. Jonathan Barajas Lareño. Emilio Jara. Ian Mason. It's quite a collection. Wesley Berquist.
If I can have the students stand in front of the table so we can see your beautiful faces. That way you're not hiding back there. Yeah.
We can have a group
Yeah,
stand over here.
yeah, we can have
Oh, there you go.
Our staff and administrators will be okay.
Their faces are much better than ours.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter Gunstream. And Cash Melendez. Is Mr. Denny Turner in the audience? So we also have a student from Central East that made it. I know the student wasn't available to attend, I believe, Sergio Garcia. So Mr. Sergio Garcia is also among our honor band and honor choir participants this year. So I believe that the board would like to shake your hands. So if you guys want to start over there. There you go. Thank you for helping on. One of those is Sergio's. If you want to give me that, I'll give it to his area admin. Yeah. Oh, you're going to take it? All right. If you guys would just come right here, I believe the board is going to take a photo with you. They're going to come around to the front now. It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of dedication to get the students there. They worked hard. Their band director worked hard. We have some great arts programs and music programs. Oh, that is an amazing looking group.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of the students, their families, and their teachers as well for their support. Let's give them another round of applause. We move on to our next item, Employee Association highlights. No, employee recognition. Dr. Childs.
Yes, good evening, Trustee President Carrillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. The first employee that we would like to recognize tonight is our new promoted principal of El Capitan Middle School, Heather Martinez.
Good evening. Thank you to the Central Unified School District Board of Trustees, Superintendent Marshall, the cabinet, and the members of this community. I am deeply honored and incredibly humbled to be named the next principal at El Capitan Middle School. It has been my privilege to serve the Central Unified community for the last 12 years as a teacher, instructional coach, and vice principal. I knew early on in my career that Central Unified was the place that I wanted to call home because the people of this community never stopped striving for better for their students. During this time, I have witnessed the dedication, strength, and excellence of the teachers, staff, parents, and most of all, students that make up this incredible district. Over the last 5 years, I have learned what it means to be an El Capitan Eagle. We know that every one of our students deserves our best, and in return, we expect the best of them. I am blessed to be surrounded by an amazing team of teachers, classified staff, and students. Their confidence in my ability to lead them forward is something I do not take lightly. I commit myself to living up to that confidence, and I am excited to continue this legacy of excellence alongside all of you. Thank you.
We also want to honor and recognize our Fresno County Employee of the Year nominees tonight. The first that we'll be recognizing is Miss Shelley Sanders, who is the Principal Secretary at Central Elementary School.
I get to speak. Oh, that's dangerous. No, I'm kidding. No,
You
I'm
have
gonna
3
say-
minutes to address the board.
Yes, 3 whole minutes. No, I'm going to say the same thing I said the night that I won this honor. Number one, thank you. But number two, it's not just me. It's for the entire group of secretaries that I represent, the people who show up early every day and stay late, who go without taking lunches, who do jobs that really aren't their job and do it without complaining and do it very happily, who truly, truly love our kids. Thank you for recognizing us and knowing that we are here, and we appreciate it.
And you're welcome.
Don't go
To
too
co-
far. We are going to have you shake hands and take pictures with the board. We're capturing these precious moments. And the next employee that we want to recognize as the 2025 Administrator of the Year is our own principal of Jeswan Singh Carl Elementary School, and that's Mr. Raul Diaz.
No, thank you guys again. I'm truly honored to get this award, but I couldn't do it without the team, our team that we have in our community, and I appreciate your guys' support. This is something that's been truly special for me. A lot's changed in a year. Last year I was thanking my family for, a lot of long nights without them, but now my kids are with me at my school, all 3 kids, and they're enjoying it. They get to be a part of that with Dad, and they get to see Dad be a principal, and they really enjoy seeing me interact with our families and our community and our staff. So thank you guys again.
Thank you. We will have you all go around and shake every board member hand, and then we will get a picture. Congratulations to you all.
Now we move on to Employee Association highlights. We invite President of CUTA, Laura Bolton. She's not here, okay. On to school reports. We will first hear from Central Learning Adult School. Principal Robinson.
Good evening, Board President Carrillo, Governing Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Marshall, and to those in attendance. Thank you for this opportunity to present and share with you some of what the dedicated, caring, and talented staff at Central Learning Adult and Alternative School Site, commonly known as CLASS, are doing and have accomplished. I'm Ed Robinson, and I'm tremendously blessed and fortunate to be able to serve as principal and have the platform to support our students, our staff, our families, and our collective school community. Beginning with celebrations, I congratulate and praise our students, families, and staff for the increase in our 24-25 graduation rate with an improvement of 10%, rising from 69 to 79%. This is the highest graduation rate in the history of our alternative school and has been realized as a result of the school-wide learning culture our teachers and staff have created, saturated with purposeful, culturally affirming practices. In offering a fourth consecutive year of our summer program, 110 students attended and 6 students graduated. Equally as important, the number of our adult school graduates rose from 66 graduates in the 23-24 school year to 102 graduates last year. Our suspension and expulsion rate remained at 0% last school year, the same as the previous 3 school years, achieved in large part by our very welcoming, inclusive, and caring staff. Our students' DNF rate also remained at 0%, strengthened by our students' and teachers' collective diligence toward creating and cultivating a shared learning partnership that meets our students where they are and moving them forward with continuous support. Indicated by the fall 2025 results of the Panorama Survey, we can see favorable results in every category, each being above the district-wide average, with 7 of 8 categories increasing from fall 2024. This is highlighted by the school climate category being 26 percentage points above the district average, and the teacher-student relationships category being 18 percentage points above the district average. The positive and genuinely supportive teacher-student relationships serve as the bedrock of our school. While focusing and dedicating our effort toward better supporting our English learners, our LP, or English Learner Progress Indicator, grew significantly from 20.6% to 42.3%, while surpassing our state goal. We also realized a significant gain in our reclassification rate from 6% to 23%. While collectively sharpening our knowledge and skills on behalf of our English learners, it is worthwhile to highlight that research-based data suggests that reclassified English learners, as a whole, academically outperform their English-only counterparts. This serves our staff as a moral and compelling obligation to serve our English learners in a manner in which they are able to reach reclassification status. In an effort to better identify and re-engage our students who have shown concerns with their attendance and/or ability to consistently complete their assigned work, we have strengthened our multi-tiered system of support. The intent is to identify them as early as possible, provide support and guidance for the student and their family, and work toward their improved progress. Having done so, while 54 students were referred by the end of November during the 24-25 school year, only 36 students have been referred by the end of November this school year, indicating that 33% fewer students are illustrating any attendance and our work completion concerns this year. Our Saturday Live program continues to increasingly appeal to our students and families, averaging 15 students attending this year compared to an average of 9 students last year. Saturday Live is completely voluntary and serves as an additional layer of support for our students to come to school, complete their work in a comfortable and safe learning environment, and receive instructional guidance from one of our independent study teachers. To the credit of our entire instructional staff and support staff serving our adult school, we hosted our initial WASC visit in March of last school year and achieved our first ever WASC accreditation in Central Adult Schools history. As a highlight with our visiting WASC chairperson summary report, Central Adult School was viewed as having a very student-centered school culture and learning environment. It's interesting to note this very same takeaway and acknowledgement was expressed by the visiting WASC chairperson at the conclusion of our WASC visit for our alternative school the year prior. A student-centered approach and culture remains a prominent professional and philosophical goal for our entire staff. For Central Adult School, we garnered the best data and results in our entire region of all other adult schools on our end-of-year data integrity report, while being the only adult school to not have any data metrics below the state targets. This data integrity report is comparable to the California School Dashboard for our K-12 schools. These data points include such data as student enrollment, retention rates, academic performance assessment growth, the quality of our quarterly state testing, and the gathering and accurate entry of student information and data. Our Adult Transition Program, or Connections, continues to develop and maintain a variety of community and business partnerships where our students have the opportunity to increase their understanding and capacity to navigate the world and society around them and gain valuable work experience and job skills. A significant component of our Adult Transition Program is to strengthen their independence and self-advocacy and help them and their families identify and select an adult day program or an independent living space for them to transition to after they complete their 4 years with us. As a testament to the hard work and selfless commitment of our teachers and paraprofessionals, the majority of our students make these transitions well and continue to grow and develop in a well-rounded early adulthood. I would be remiss if I did not mention that a significant and inspiring conclusion that has led our students and families' continued improvement and success is the growing addition of quality staff that has joined our already highly qualified and existing staff. Collectively, they are the reason for our notable school-wide culture and sustainable progress. We are not without our challenges. While understanding that maintaining steady growth in our SBAC scores is important and remains a continuous goal of ours, we have not realized the steady growth in our student ELA scores, flatlining over the course of the last 2 years. While making a small gain in math, we realize there is room for improvement. Much the same for science, even with garnering a bit more growth. Initiatives to support this growth are as follows. Strengthening academic vocabulary instruction for all students on a weekly basis. Our new intervention teacher is now providing designated ELD for every English learner student, as well as other students that are referred to by the teachers. And our new literacy teacher is providing reading and literacy support for identified and referred students, as well as all of our kinder through third grade students. A long-standing challenge for us continues to be capturing a high level of student and parent engagement and participation when inviting and encouraging them to join us for a variety of meetings, events, activities, and co-curricular events. We believe that there are multiple underlying factors for this. Yet while reinventing ways in which to improve, we will continue to outreach and embrace our students and families. Another challenge has been to effectively reestablish ourselves as a Pearson VUE testing center. Upon doing so, this would allow our GED students to take their GED test at our school site and will allow Central Unified to be a regional hub for a broad and diverse range of career and educational-based certification exams. An additional goal for us is to establish structured career pathways for our business technology students by way of developing partnerships with local businesses for our students to serve in internship-style positions, gain valuable work experience, and ultimately gainful employment. Our students are earning industry-level computer and application use certifications that will help verify their competencies and efficiency. Turning to Spotlight. While many areas of progress and success as a result of our staff are deserving to be acknowledged with this Spotlight section, I will highlight a handful in the interest of time. In order to provide the same access and opportunity for our students as their peers at the comprehensive high schools, we are developing a dual enrollment program this year in which we have 6 students currently enrolled. As a means to serve our parents and adult community, we continue to offer an ESL class at Biola Elementary School and have created a new ESL class at Teague Elementary School. After my first year at class, we created a comprehensive student orientation process for all students upon enrolling at Central Adult School. Not only has this continually evolving orientation process served to better welcome, build relationships, and inform our students about all of our classes, programs, and services, it has become a model for student enrollment within our State Center Adult Education Consortium, and we have been asked to provide workshops and share our resources for other adult schools. We are currently working alongside our district office leaders to develop employment opportunities within our school district for our NATAP or nursing students who graduate and pass their state certification exams. In partnership with Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, ROP, and CTE Department, we have created and now are offering a forklift certification course to be taught at Central High School in March. We have maintained our effective partnership with Fresno City College as we have expanded and grown in student enrollment for our digital literacy program. Of the various sites that host these digital literacy cohorts, class continues to be praised for the condition of our campus, our building and classroom facilities, and our upgraded student technology. Our maintenance and operations, as well as our technology services departments, deserve praise for these accommodations. Lastly, and in the true nature of the significant benefits and of an independent study, educational, and instructional delivery model, every kindergarten through 12th grade student who enrolls at class is provided with an individualized orientation for them and their parent on the day they register with our academic counselor. In addition, every senior student and their parent also meet with our outreach consultant to initiate discussion regarding their post-secondary plans and applying for financial aid. Thank you again for allowing me to present to you this evening. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from our student trustees or trustees? Trustee Kirk? Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robinson. That was an outstanding report, and thank you for the work that you're doing at class. I would like to hear a little bit more about the dual enrollment that is being offered and also any other potential partnerships we have with Fresno City College or our community colleges for our business technology.
Yeah, with dual enrollment, that is something I think, as you folks know, has been offered and provided. It's been of a sustainable program at our comprehensive traditional schools. That is something that we've done some work with our district leadership to be able to instill that here at class for alternative school students. And in our fledgling year, we do have 6 students. We plan to grow that each year. And a lot of that has been done by way of our academic counselor, who's been provided with extensive more training and is joining all the meetings and training opportunities that the other career and college counselors have at the comprehensive high schools. In terms of business technology, with all of our other CTE programs, including nursing, welding, auto body, we've been able to provide internship style and employment routes for those students who complete the programs and finalize those certifications. Yet with business technology, they do have the ability, and many more students have been now earning industry level certifications after they pass assessments. Yet we need to work towards providing internships for those students as well in our business community.
Trustee Sadhu?
Just a quick question on the Pearson View Testing Center. Where are students going now to, what's the closest place now that's, right now that we don't have Central offering itself as a testing center? Where are students going?
The large majority of our students will either take it at Clovis Adult School or they will take it at home. And there's just certain requirements regarding security and safeguarding that they can take it at home.
Any other questions? Trustee Singh?
More just a comment. I mean, Principal Robinson, I mean, just that like increase in terms of our graduate, I mean, outstanding kudos to you and your team. I mean, that's phenomenal to make that much of a jump in a single year and to continue to on that trajectory this year. Just kudos to you and your team.
Thank you. I have incredible staff. Thank you.
I have one question and comment. So you acknowledged that there hasn't been any growth in the ELA and the SBAC scores, and you mentioned some of the additional services and supports that are being provided to EL students. Are we checking in with the students to see whether it's working or what isn't working? And then secondly, what are you doing to ensure that the teachers and any other facilitators supporting them are in fact meeting the goals and providing the support that you're expecting them to provide?
With the three initiatives that I mentioned this evening, one being the academic vocabulary, that's a continuous check-in with our teachers to see where they're at with that. We have two selected academic vocabulary words that are posted in 4 different areas with our independent study area every week. It's posted on Friday afternoons for the teachers to come back and see on Monday mornings, and that's just checking in with the teachers. The other 2 initiatives are relatively new to us. They're brand new this year in terms of some additional staffing that we have. And so far, we've gotten quite a bit of feedback because we've had our intervention teacher since the beginning of the school year, and she's been doing some incredible work. That's something we intervene with her on. Also something we talk to our teachers about when we have weekly meetings to just see the progress in the students that she's helping with.
Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo. You actually stole my question nearly word for word, but so great on that. Principal Robinson, I just want to say again, thank you for hosting me on my tour of the site last year. Had a great time viewing the nursing pathway you guys have for your students. And I see from your spotlight, we have so many other career-ready opportunities for our students at class. So I'm excited to see how we develop those. And this new forklift certification, I think, is a great opportunity for our students and for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Robinson.
Thank you.
We will move on and hear from Glacier Point Middle School, Principal Hogan.
I can try to talk about class, but it's not going to go well. Oh.
In advance, it should go to your next presentation.
Oh,
there you
okay.
go.
This will go better, I promise. All right. Good evening, President Carrillo, board members, Superintendent Marshall, and members of the Central community. Thank you for the opportunity to share the work of our students and our staff tonight. The 24-25 SBAC results showed little change compared to our 23-24 in results in both English and in math. Despite the lack of growth, there are areas that we would like to celebrate. In ELA, 47% of our students improved their scores from the previous year. In mathematics, nearly 52% of students showed growth. Notably, African American, English learner, Hispanic, long-term English learner, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students demonstrated math growth at rates exceeding the overall school average. Additionally, students redesignated as fluent English proficient met or exceeded standards in both ELA and math at rates 5% higher than our school average. In science, our 8th grade students showed a 5% overall growth on the CAST. Through professional development, data analysis, curriculum alignment, and regular use of IABs and collaborative conversations, our science teachers are preparing students for success. These changes in instructional practices are the result of continued collaboration with Solution Tree. I would like to thank each of you for supporting that work. Glacier Point's English Learner Progress Indicator shows growth for both our English learners and our long-term English learners. 61.4% of English learners and 57.1% of long-term English learners made progress. Our teachers continue to focus on implementing strategies across all classes to support our English learners and all of our students to develop the skills needed to read, write, speak, and listen using academic discourse. We're collaborating with district instructional coaches to provide ongoing PD for our staff this year on those best practices. After reviewing these results, our team reflected on its instructional practices and we identified targeted strategies to strengthen teaching and learning during the 25-26 school year to accelerate student achievement. We saw mathematics as a critical need and we allocated funding to provide additional in-school math support. A part-time staff member who provides push-in and small group instruction was added. In collaboration with math teachers, students are identified for support and they're served in 6-week cycles. This intervention focuses on removing skill gaps that prevents students from accessing grade-level instruction, building both grade-level skills and increasing student confidence in their mathematical abilities. In ELA, we're emphasizing informational text, an essential component of the SBAC, the 7th and 8th grade curriculum, and a critical life skill. ELA and history teachers are partnering to assess students multiple times through the year using the informational text IAB as a pre- and post measure, allowing mid-year adjustments to better meet student need and prepare them for success on the SBAC. We're closely monitoring student progress on benchmarks and IABs, and from fall to winter, we saw 5% growth in both ELA and math on the iReady diagnostic. Based on those winter benchmark projections, we expect 40 to 44% of students will meet standards in ELA and 20 to 26% in math on this spring's SBAC assessment. Both of these represent growth over last year's SBAC performance. Another area of celebration is our fall panorama data. Student survey results showed growth across all categories, with school safety showing the greatest increase. 84% of our students report having a supportive adult that they can rely on. On the family survey, we saw growth in 6 of 7 areas, with family-school communication showing the greatest improvement. As we head into our challenges, attendance and family engagement remain to be those challenges. We're addressing these through a proactive approach focused on removing barriers to attendance and creating meaningful opportunities for our families to engage with our campus. By the end of the fall semester, our average daily attendance had improved by 3% and chronic absenteeism decreased by 3.5%. While this progress is encouraging, we recognize that more work remains. Our intervention specialists and family outreach liaison partner closely with students and families to identify attendance barriers and coordinate support. Home visits, we believe, are a critical part of this work, and to date, 66 have been conducted. We're continuing to work to improve our discipline practices, and we have a cohort participating in the restorative practices training this year. We've seen nearly a 40% decrease in student suspensions, off-campus student suspensions this year compared to the same time last year. We'll continue to refine our practices, implementing the learnings from restorative practices work and into our site-based discipline model. Family engagement was the single area identified through the Panorama survey as needing improvement. In response, and in partnership with our family outreach liaison, Ms. Santiago, we've expanded family programming. We've offered morning and evening parent coffees and workshops on topics including Parent Square, attendance support, and managing student anxiety. We're also in the process of planning a district connection coffee to help families engage with various central unified departments. This year, we've launched the Give Thanks SEL platform to intentionally foster gratitude and kindness. Students and staff participate in weekly lessons and share messages of appreciation, resulting in 6,891 thanks notes by the end of the fall semester. This spring, our goal is for every student to build meaningful connections in their Connect for Success class, with staff extending the same level of connection to one another. We believe that gratitude is foundational to creating a safe, welcoming campus where everyone feels valued and supported. We're excited to partner with the California Ed Partners through the On-Track ELA cohort. While our initial focus is on ELA, the instructional strategies, data analysis, and professional learning will be shared school-wide through professional development and our PLCs to strengthen instruction and student achievement. Although the work is still in its early stages, we're confident that it will lead to meaningful gains for all of our students. I'd like to acknowledge the work of our math and our science team, who in partnership with Ed Services are engaging in collaboratives to strengthen vertical and horizontal coherence by clarifying course concepts, strengthening connections across courses, deepening analysis of formative assessments and standards-aligned rigor, and embedding literacy, including academic discourse and writing, to support high-quality, equitable learning for all of our students. And finally, I'd like to highlight our commitment to making Glacier Point a place where everyone belongs. Our teacher librarian, Tommy Martinez, has added more than 350 new books this year across diverse genres, including 90 titles in Spanish, Punjabi, Arabic, Vietnamese, and Laotian to better reflect our changing student population. And I'd also like to recognize our United PE program and its teacher, Mike Ross, who was recently named Fall Semester Teacher of the Season by the Special Olympics of Northern California. This program exemplifies inclusion, joy, and partnership while teaching physical education, social skills, and the powerful message that everyone's valued and belongs at Glacier Point. Thank each of you again for your time, for your support, and for your leadership. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Principal Hogan. Are
Yes,
there
ma'am.
any questions from our student trustees? Any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo. Thank you, Principal Hogan, for the presentation. I didn't quite catch what the absentee rate was for Glacier Point. The school accountability card said it was 26%. Is that still accurate?
Say that one more time, Trustee.
The absentee rate for the site, is it 26% still, or is it, do we know the number?
24.5, I think, was what we were at the end of the fall semester.
Okay, great. So it's going down then. Can you just share what's working for your site then?
I think it really is about kind of getting into conversation with families and with students and finding out what the barriers are, what's preventing them from coming. Foggy days the last week or so certainly haven't helped, but I think finding out what's preventing them from coming is really key, and then creating an environment where they want to be. So trying to create things on the campus that make students want to come. We have, events on Fridays that make kids want to be there on campus, to listen to music, to play games, to create exciting events, and to build that sense of school culture, school pride. It's something that we're really focusing on.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We move on to board communications and superintendent. We will first hear from Superintendent Dr. Marshall.
Okay, I'll get my microphone. All right, so just a few highlights from January. I got to spend my first MLK, the holiday, here in Fresno, and I served as actually a keynote at one of the events, which was a very good experience. I attended the governor's budget analysis. That was in Sacramento. Interesting budget this time, a lot of one-time type opportunities, but they're still changing daily. I enjoy visiting campuses. It's interesting that we had the class presentation. I got a chance to see, as you can see from the picture, the medical pathway at that school. So that was good to see. I was also be remiss if I didn't mention that this is School Board Recognition Month. So we had a nice dinner prior to the meeting. Other updates and highlights from within the district, we have the Central High School, the County Poet Laureate. She spoke at one of the Fresno County superintendent meetings, so she was a featured speaker. We held a parade for the Central East Bengals, state football champions. We had our district spelling bee, and then we have winners from Liddell, Central, and Rio Vista. They're going to advance to the county competition. And then we learned that all three of our cheer teams from our high schools are going to the CIF state championships this weekend. All right, a few more updates. As was mentioned previously, we had our employees who were recognized for Fresno County Employee Superintendent of Schools Employee of the Year Awards. And we had several schools to be recognized for being among the healthiest in the nation, including Biola, Glacier Point, and Hardin Kearney. Lastly, as I move to next month, I'll be hosting or participating in some town hall meetings, talking specifically about the LCAP, the district budget. And then I wanted to give you guys, the board, you've made some very deliberate actions as far as our facilities are concerned. And I wanted to give you a brief update in terms of our funding agreement that you approved recently. Learned we've kind of got as far as the scope when some of those funds are going to start to come in. They don't come in overnight, but now we have a better idea when things are starting to come in. And then lastly, as far as you approve the master facilities plan implementation, what will happen there is the next step in the process is they'll go out to the schools and engage the communities around the respective buildings. So that's my report.
Thank you. I know our student trustees, it's your first board meeting. So this is an opportunity for you to provide any report on anything related to district business, your schools, or concerns that you've heard from other students. Since it is your first one, you're welcome to provide anything if you'd like. Otherwise, I'll turn it over and ask if any of the other trustees have anything to share. Would either of you like to speak at this time? Okay, thank you. Board members, is there anyone wishing to speak at this time? Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo. Last week, I joined Superintendent Dr. Marshall at the Fresno County Trustees dinner held in Clovis Unified. So just, seeing what, what's going on at the county, hearing from Valley Children's about their work for improving student and youth health in the community. And I just also want to give a shout out to the Fresno County Employee of the Year, or Teacher of the Year, Mr. Andres Reyes, because he didn't get the chance to present tonight. He was actually one of my teachers when I was a student in Central Unified, taught, world history and U.S. history. So with thanks to his education, I was able to learn the good, the bad, the ugly about American history. Unfortunately, we've seen some of that this month. So congratulations to all of the awardees, and looking forward to our new principal as well.
Thank you. Hearing no other comments, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is comments from the public. The board has assigned 20 minutes for this item to hear comments from the public on any item not currently on the agenda. Our practice has been to first take any comments in person. You can notify us that you have a comment by completing the comment sheet. If you haven't completed the comment sheet, please let us know that you wish to speak. And then we will take public comments that are telephonic. The number to dial is 559-276-3150. How many comments do we have in the audience?
We have about 24 total, I'm told.
Okay, we have 24, which exceeds the 20-minute total that we have.
Board President, we also have 2 callers.
Okay, 2 callers.
That was including those 2 virtual callers. So
Oh,
2
perfect.
dozen.
Okay. Is there any objection to allowing each speaker 2 minutes to address the board? Okay.
Personally, I'm partial to giving all members of the community the full 3 minutes. I understand if I'm in the minority, but that's not my preference.
Okay. I think there's consensus for the 2 minutes, and the only reason for that is that we still have business to conduct, and I do want to make sure that we end at a reasonable time, especially now that we have student trustees and they need to get home and complete whatever other responsibilities they have. Okay, so with that, each member of the public will have 2 minutes to address the board. Please be respectful of your time. If you exceed your 2 minutes, we will end your mic and ask you to allow the next person to speak. We will take all the comments that are in person. Is there anyone who didn't submit a comment card that wishes to be addressed? Okay, we have all of them. Once we conclude the in-person comments, we will move to those calling telephonically. Clerk Kerfan?
Yes,
You
thank
may
you.
begin.
Our first comment is from Michael, and you will have 2 minutes. Please excuse that it says 3.
Are we not able to change it?
It hasn't been, I'm not a technical expert.
You will have an opportunity to address the board, and you will have your 2 minutes if you wish to speak at that time.
If you'll please wait for us, sir. I appreciate your patience. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Here to speak tonight about physical transparency, prioritization, equity, because those things bring direct impact, trust, retention, and student opportunity in this district. During collective bargaining, district leadership stated that COLA increases were largely absorbed by rising costs, leaving limited funding available for ongoing employee compensation. However, district financial reports show that growth in assigned and board designated reserves, as well as increased spending on professional services and administrative functions. At the same time, CETA has made prioritization decisions that redirected financial and organizational resources toward other select initiatives, while longstanding instructional, athletic, and student program needs have been deferred. These choices may be permissible, but without clear public explanation, they raise legitimate concerns about the alignment of district priorities. So tonight I'm asking for clarity, not criticism. First, of the COLA adjusted revenue received in recent years, what percentage was allocated to ongoing employee compensation and what percentage was placed into discretionary reserves or redirected to non-salary expenditures? Second, of the district's assigned board designated reserves, how much is legally restricted and how much remains under board control and discretion? Third, over the past decade, how much has the growth rate of administrative compensation compared to the certificated instructional compensation adjusted for inflation? These are not rhetorical questions. They are basic transparency questions, especially when employees, students, and families are repeatedly told that resources are limited. This transparency is also essential when evaluating LCAP alignment and equity in student facilities. Central West High School has sustained a championship water polo program, yet lacks a regulation pool. This is not a new request. This is a long-standing need tied directly to student safety, access, and opportunity and equity. When financial resources are redirected without clear public prioritization framework, particularly through CETA, programs that clearly support student achievement remain stalled despite proven success. Transparency does not...
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Michael. Your time has expired. We do have 24 other people speaking. Thank you. Our next comment is from Eileen Reed. Yep. Would you like me to move on to the next person then, to give you time? Okay, thank you. And Ms. Reed, please make sure the light is green when you speak. You will have 2 minutes whenever you begin.
I did not know. My name is Aline Reed. I'm a resident of Fresno, California. I did not know I'd be speaking to you tonight, or I would have been better prepared. But I am familiar with the good work that happens at Central Unified because I worked as a teacher's assistant with the emphasis on reading at Madison Elementary School. My principal was Catherine Self. That being said, I was quite surprised that the award-winning boys water polo team at Central West does not have a pool. I am learning now that every sport needs a venue. College scouts are looking at student athletes earlier and earlier in their athletic careers. I know and I believe that Central Unified will do the right thing by providing these young athletes with a pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Our next comment is from Gabriel Suarez.
Central Unified is a tale of two cities, and that divide is not accidental. It's the result of poor planning and district decisions that were not centered on students when Garza was created. On the north side of the district, they have new and fancy things. On the south side of the district, they don't. It's dilapidated, old, and outdated, and you guys should have done something about that a long time ago. This happened because you made poor decisions about planning. That poor planning created inequity, and instead of fixing it quickly, the district allowed it to grow. Now you're dragging your feet to address this inequity that you created. This inequity sounds a lot like CETA, taking resources away from one side of town to appease the developers on another when there's a new development. A student-centered district anticipates consequences before making major changes and does not move students into overcrowded, outdated schools and then tell them to wait for years for improvements. You speak of equity, access, and opportunity, but that's just a slogan for you because you don't really live up to that with the inequity that you created with this district boundary change when you made Justin Garza and you had years to plan for this. If funding is an issue, that's not a reason to delay action. The burden of fixing this inequity belongs entirely to you. Students did not make these planning mistakes. You did. So it is your job to fix them. If a student makes mistakes, they're expected to fix them and not make excuses. And right now, it sounds like that's all you have is excuses for why you can't, because supposedly funding is an issue. Now it's time to act. Imagine schools in the South during desegregation saying that they did not have the money to bring in the new students because of their poor planning. That's how you sound if money is your excuse. So right now, Central Unified is CETA, appeasing to the developers to build a new school while taking the resources away and creating inequity and doing absolutely nothing about it and dragging your feet and acting like you can't do anything because supposedly funding is an issue.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next, we have Alex Madrigal. And you'll have 2 minutes when you begin.
Well, I'm a member of my town in Reedley, California. My class of 2019 high school experience was just what I wanted it to be, actively involved in clubs and NJROTC. And filled with school pride. In my junior year, I was able to enjoy a new Olympic-sized swimming pool that our Navy JROTC program got to utilize. We were able to teach swimming courses in the unit, as well as being able to host orienteering competition. None of which can be achieved without backing and a plan to build this important milestone for the city of Reedley. Before the year 2014 would come around, the year of the grand opening, our town had aquatic centers in the community and Reedley College. They had since been closed down through an urgent measurement. They were able to get donations and raise funds for a new pool, as our water polo and swim teams were utilizing the college and community pool before this shutdown. Many other community swimming programs and summer camps also had gone to the community pool and since laid dormant for some years before the new aquatic complex was built. When our Reedley High School and college aquatic teams would finally be able to use the new facilities, an overwhelming sense of togetherness and relief was achieved at the marvel of the new swimming complex. Able to run state meets with ease and definitive tech and supplies that would distinguish it further from other local school pools. With this newfound home field advantage and just not being another traveling away team, students could really do their best with the facility being closer to home and not a neighboring school district. That leaves them with a sense of school pride, built on family support, a sense of belonging. Similar to Central High's champions, our team was also required to depart at 4:30 a.m. for bus transportation practices held at rival campuses such as Dinuba and Selma high schools. Before the start of the school day, practicing competing away from Owens campus removes the vital sense of identity and pride. Students are unable to say that they're playing for their school, their town, or their home while being under the
Thank you, Mr. Madrigal. Your time has expired. I believe we have online comments now from P.I. Burrows.
No, did we finish in-person comments?
We have more pool comments.
I'm sorry?
So I'm pulling all the comments together.
Uh-huh.
So we have some comments that want to speak on this topic.
Okay.
So
And those are in order?
Correct.
On the phone?
Correct.
Okay.
Good evening, Ms. Phoenix Suarez. You have 3 minutes to address the board. I'm sorry, 2 minutes to address the board. Please make sure to turn down the volume on your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear. Again, you have 2 minutes and your time starts now.
My name is Phoenix Suarez. In 2 years, I'll be attending Central High. I'm proud of my school, but I'm here because the path that sent me there wasn't created fairly. The district says this outcome is unavoidable, but it isn't. The result of years of poor planning, ignoring enrollment trends, delaying decisions, and then placing the burden on students and families with all things apart. Some schools are overcrowded, others are underused, and students like me are asked to adapt to the inequity that we did not create. This isn't about buildings or boundaries. It's about access to resources, stability, and opportunity. When planning fails, inequity grows, and students pay the price. We deserve better. The district must take responsibility, plan proactively, and fix the imbalance it created. Fair planning isn't optional. It's an obligation to every student it serves. Thank you.
Phoenix Suarez, by the way.
Good evening, Malachi Suarez.
That's Malachi.
Malachi Suarez, you have 2 minutes to address the board. Please make sure to turn down the volume on your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear. Again, you have 2 minutes and your time starts now.
My name is Malachi Suarez, and I am a student at Central High and a member of the water polo team. I'm here tonight to speak about a problem that affects me, my teammates, and every student who deserves equal access to opportunities at our school. The fact that Central High still does not have a pool. Water polo is not just a sport. It's a program that teaches teamwork, discipline, and dedication. But every day, we face the reality that other schools have pools, and we don't. We lose practice time, travel long distances, and sacrifice time with our family just to have the chance to train. That's not fair. This is not equitable, and it is completely within the district's power to fix it. The district has known about this problem for years. Students, families, and the community have raised this issue up again and again, and yet nothing has been done about it. There is no timeline, no firm commitment, and there is no urgency. Every year of delay is another year that water polo players, swimmers, divers, and PE students at Central High are forced to make do without the facilities that they need. Every year of delay is a lost opportunity for students to learn, compete, and grow. I am asking the board to act with urgency, not in a few years, not after more studies or discussions, but now. Thank you.
Good evening, Reza Nakumanesh. You have 2 minutes to address the board. Please make sure to turn down the volume on your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear. Again, you have 2 minutes and your time starts now.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I appreciate your time today, board. I'm calling around the issue of building a pool for Central High. I want to start first by saying that while I congratulate the Central High team for their championship, while I know that it's important to have ways for our children to be fit and live healthy lives, we are at a time that we should be and are fighting so many different things around the world and in these yet-to-be United States, and a pool shouldn't be one of them. But I'm still taking time out to call because this isn't about just the championship team or a polo team. This is about equity and accessibility. This is about who has and who doesn't. This is about who we leave out. This is about who we invest in. This is about understanding that when we don't invest in our children in all the different ways that are necessary to make them whole and seen and respected and give them the opportunities that they need to succeed, that we all lose in the end. So though there are other fights that we should be having right now, it's still worth taking time to make this call. They deserve a pool at their school just like every other student has in Fresno. Thank you.
Good evening, Mark Felton. You have 2 minutes to address the board. Please make sure to turn down the volume on your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear. Again, you have 2 minutes and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Central Unified. My name is Mark Quintos Navarro Felton, and I'm a former student of Teague Elementary, El Capitan Middle School, and Central High School, having grown up in this district. As someone with deep ties to these schools, I believe it is a grave injustice that Central High School still does not have a swimming pool. This is especially troubling given that Central has a champion water polo team, while other high schools in the district have this facility. The lack of a pool represents clear inequity rooted in poor planning. Financial constraints should not be used as an excuse for continued inaction. Additionally, prioritizing developers near Garza at the expense of Central High echoes the same concerns raised by CEDA, or Southeast Development Area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Onieda Escobar. And you will have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and members of the public. My name is Onaida Escobar, and I'm one of Assemblywoman Esmeralda Sorias' field representatives in Fresno County. I'm just here to provide a brief legislative update. During the 2026 legislative year, the member is focused on keeping the Madera Community Hospital open and supporting healthcare workforce development in the Central Valley. During the last legislative year, Assemblywoman Soria tried to pass AB 1400, which would have helped increase our nursing workforce by creating a pilot program to allow certain community colleges to offer a bachelor's degree in nursing. With the hospital open again, we need to address the underlying factors that led to its initial closure. And this bill will start opening up new pathways for affordable and accessible nursing education. And while the governor vetoed this bill last year, Assemblywoman Soria will continue fighting the nursing education our students deserve and our regions desperately needs. Assemblywoman Soria also co-authored AB 49, which was signed by the governor. This bill limits the presence of ICE in our schools and equips schools with the tools and procedures to deal with enforcement actions. She's also focused on addressing the unique housing challenges in the Central Valley and is co-authoring a $10 billion affordable housing bond to be voted on by Californians in this year's elections. Some of the state budget regional wins include the following. To support our children's education, we increased pupil spending by over $7,000 and fully funded our local control funding formula. We also were able to fund a 2.4% cost of living adjustment across all TK through 12 school districts and community college.
Thank you. Our next comment is going to be from Angel Her, and you will have 2 minutes.
And as I see a lot of students gathered, and I should have said this at the beginning, our students and any individual that comes forward should not fear retaliation. And so it's important that if at any point you feel that you are being retaliated against because of the comments that you've made here today and the items that you're bringing forward, please make sure that you reach out to Dr. Marshall. That should not be happening, and so allow us an opportunity to investigate and take the appropriate corrective action. I'm really proud to see, and I know the entire board is proud to see so many of our students coming out and speaking up and about the things that are important to you all. So with that, go ahead.
Hello, trustees. I am a student from Central Unified. I'm here to speak, however, I'm afraid of adult retaliation from the site. Teachers are turning students against one another. We need the valedictorian policy to change as soon as possible. As you all know, as you all probably don't know, I'm a senior here at Central Unified. I want to emphasize that the board must act quickly and effectively for this year's senior class to change the valedictorian policy. It is crucial it is done fast because there are only close to 10 weeks until seniors leave. I'm not only speaking for the hardworking students in Central Unified, but also for the young people who will make up our future, the future who deserve proper recognition. The valedictorian policy must change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from former trustee Gurpratap Gurwal. And you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening, trustees. I'm going to make this quick as possible. I'm here to speak on two things. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the new student trustees on their new positions, and I want to thank Central Unified for all they've done to allow for student advocacy and student input. Secondly, I want to formally acknowledge some concerns and interests that have been brought to me across the district on all three high school campuses. There's a push from the student body to change the valedictorian policy to a 4.0 plus, meaning any student with a 4.0 and plus should be valedictorian. This is a concern that has been brought up on all three school campuses and has been brought forward to me by multiple students. And I'd like to formally acknowledge this concern and bring it formally to the district as part of public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Parth Singh. Just make sure the green light is on and you'll have 2 minutes when you start.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm a student from Central Unified, and we need the valedictorian policy to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Shagun Shagun. I apologize if I mispronounced that.
Good afternoon, Board Trustees. I'm a student from Central Unified. We need the valedictorian policy to change to include 4.0 students. Plus students.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Myra Flores. Please make sure the green light is on so we can hear you, and you'll have 2 minutes whenever you begin.
Good afternoon, Board. I am a student from Central Unified, and we need the valedictorian policy to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Anna Yusupov. I apologize for any names I mispronounced. Is Anna here?
Hi, I am a student from Central Unified. We need the valedictorian policy to change.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Rohit.
Good afternoon. I'm a student from Central Unified. We need the valedictorian policy to change to include 4.0 students.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Marissa Flores.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am a student from Central Unified. We need the valedictorian policy to change. As a student, this change would greatly benefit many students, including me. As someone who strives for high success academically, I know this change will benefit to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Lavia Laura. I apologize.
Good evening. I am a student from Central Unified School District. We need the valedictorian policy to change.
Clerk Kerfan, is your mic on?
No, it was not at that time. It was, is it Jobanpreet? Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes when you begin.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am a student from Central Unified. We need the valedictorian policy to change to include 4.0 plus students.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Monishia Washington.
Hello, trustees. I'm afraid to speak today. However, I'm here to speak today. However, I'm afraid of adult retaliation from the sites. Teachers and staffs are unfortunately turning against students and turning one another against each other. We need the valedictorian policy to change to include 4.0 students as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Vani Kambosh.
Hello, Central Unified trustees. I am a student from Central Unified. We need the valedictorian policy to change to include 4.0 plus students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Harsimran Girl.
Good evening, trustees. I'm a student from Central Unified. We need the valedictorian policy change for all students 4.0 and above. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Sanjan Girl.
Good evening, trustees. I am a student from Central Unified School District. All I have to say today is that we need the valedictorian policy to change to include 4.0 plus students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Jasmine Chahal.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jasmine, and I'm a high school senior in Central Unified, and I am a valedictorian for the class of 2026. I would like to speak for the students whose hard work is not being recognized. These are students who challenged themselves by taking rigorous courses but received an unexpected grade that does not reflect their true effort. Many of them have maintained a 4.0 GPA, balanced school with work and sports, and spent countless hours preparing for exams. They followed what our schools encourage us to do, to stand for more. Yet one C in a demanding class can now take away opportunities they worked years to earn. How does this policy reward students who take on honors and AP courses compared to those who choose not to challenge themselves? I urge you to take action to support these students and recognize the dedication they have shown. Their commitment and effort should not be ignored because of one grade. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Sukhmanpreet Raj.
Good evening, President Carrillo and members of the board. My name is Sukhmanpreet and I'm a senior at Central Unified. I am here to speak, however, I am afraid of adult retaliation from the site. Today I speak not only for myself, but for all the hardworking students across all high schools in Central Unified who share a similar story. I have taken multiple augmented and advanced courses while balancing extracurriculars in high school to challenge myself and explore the different subjects that interest me and the intent to expand on it in the future. Unfortunately, I recently received a C on my transcript for the first semester of the AP Calculus AB class that I took as a junior. While many often say that grades do not define them as a student, I believe that in this case, this grade does define me. It represents the countless hours and nights before exams that I've dedicated to maintaining a 4.0 plus GPA, much like other students. It reflects my character, my perseverance, and my willingness to challenge myself academically. Though I pushed myself, much like other ambitious and dedicated students, I was able to receive a B in the second semester of that year. As at Justin Garza, we are taught to stand for more and strive for success alongside peers who, like me, took on rigorous coursework and may not have earned an A, but did not fall short in integrity or effort. The valedictorian eligibility policy in question even acknowledges grades in augmented courses. I ask that you please reconsider and review this policy. Now that I am graduating in a few months, I feel compelled to speak up for other seniors as well as myself while asking for timely action. It would be unjust to let hard work be diminished because a student challenged themselves with a difficult class even if they did not get the grade they expected. These are the same students with high ambitions and dedicated mindset who simply want the same recognition. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Nimisha Desi.
Sorry. Good evening, President Carrillo and members of the board. My name is Nimisha Desi, and I am a senior at Justin Garza High School. I'm here to respectfully ask you to reconsider the policy that states receiving a C in augmented class automatically disqualifies a student from being valedictorian. During the first semester of my junior year, I earned a 79.7 in an augmented course, just 0.3 of a point away from a B. Under the current policy, that single grade outweighs years of academic effort and achievement. Augmented classes are meant to challenge students. A policy that penalizes students for taking more rigorous courses discourages academic risk-taking rather than rewarding it. Valedictorian status should reflect overall performance and consistency, not one borderline grade in a single semester. I respectfully ask that this policy be reconsidered as graduation is coming up very soon for us seniors. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Diljot Singh Rai.
Good evening, President Carrillo, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall, and District Administration. I hope you all are having a great evening. For those that don't know me, I'm Diljot Singh Rai. Congratulations, Student Trustees. Earlier this school year, I advocated for an investigation into the matter of the valedictorian policy change. First of all, I would like to take a moment to thank Assistant Superintendent McLennan for her time and attention into conducting the investigation. upon my request. If it wasn't for the actions of Dr. Marshall and Assistant Superintendent McLennan, the 17 students would still not be considered valedictorian today, so thank you so much. Some say that our grades don't define us, and some say that they do, and some say that the valedictorian status should only be given to elite groups of students. But I believe in a sense of equity and inclusivity that acknowledges student achievement and puts students first. A valedictorian isn't just a title, it's a student who, behind all of that beautiful graduation regalia, shed tears while writing their essays in AP Lang and Comp and completing their AP Calculus and US History classes, despite earning a C in their augmented course, and continued to strive to be better. As someone who has been an advocate for the student and continues to be, it's hard for me to recognize that these students are not being recognized for what they truly deserve. Some argue about rigor, and others worry about number of certificates that will be printed. But the real question is, why does earning a single augmented C outweigh the years of demonstrated rigor, perseverance, and academic excellence? If we treat the augmented C grade as grounds for disqualification, we send the wrong message to the students, and we discourage them from challenging themselves, from enrolling in AP and dual enrollment courses. We discourage them from pushing through difficulty when learning gets hard. Our system should reward growth and commitment, not punish students for rigor over comfort. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next and final comment is from Nicholas Lopez.
Hello, esteemed board trustees. I came out here in fear of retaliation, but not from staff, but from students. As many people are demanding the change of valedictorian, I think it should stay as is. While a C is saying that it defines them, a C is still considered average. If we look at the districts around us, Fresno Unified, Clovis Unified, all our valedictorian students are straight A students. So we're the only district in this area that accepts a B. So if we change it, are we saying that all those students who put in that hard work in those classes, oh, they're the same as the people who are just getting C's? While a lot of students say, yes, this grade does not define me, or it does, at the end of the day, it's still that grade. And if we're changing it so late in the year, then many people who are working towards that B at the end, losing countless nights as I have. Like right now, I have to get home, have 6 hours of homework to do. But I came out here to speak out that they should not change it. It's so late in the year. If they're wanting to change it, they should change it for the incoming year. Why do it so late now? When that happens, when you take a class, you know the risk. High risk, high reward. AP class, you want to strive to grow as a person. And as me right now, I'm in AP Calculus. I got a B. I'm proud of that. I struggled. I cried. It was hard. But at the end of the day, that grade you got, you earned. You get what you earn. High risk, high reward. So right now, I'm scared because of students' retaliation, but I just want to speak out that changing it so late in the year, for what? So you can get a diploma, medal. At the end of the day, it's just a title. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, President Carrillo, I have no further comments at this time.
Thank you. And while I mentioned about adult retaliation, I do just want to also encourage our students not to engage in retaliation and to be open to differing ideas. We should make sure that we accept and are willing to have those discussions. Because these are items that are not agendized, we can't have any discussion as a board, but I do know that administration has been working on both the valedictorian issue that we've heard from a number of students today, and also concerns about facilities that we heard from both community members and parents and students from our district. So Dr. Marshall, can you just briefly, 2 minutes or less, tell us what is being done? Again, there's going to be no discussion or questions by the board, but just so that the community knows that we're not ignoring the comments that you're bringing forward.
Oh, well, first I want to discuss the issue as far as the valedictorian, that issue. We were in the process of scheduling a town hall so you can hear from students, everyone, give everyone a chance to speak on this issue because you have different views, as we saw tonight. So that's in progress. So I would hope that once that's scheduled, that everyone here, all the students here, would go out and participate in that process. So that's going to be set up. That's the first thing. Facilities, as I talked about previously, you've already taken steps as a board I can't speak for what happened 20, 30 years ago. I can only deal with the now. And what's happened since I've been here is that the board has, one, they've approved the work for a master facilities plan, and also seeking external funding to fund these projects, because it's not as simple as you can go in the back of the school and build a pool. It's a multi-million-dollar project, and you have to have multi-million dollars to do that. So looking at and their facility needs throughout the district, not just pools, but all over the district. In fact, I got comments today from some of our other schools, HK, Teague, different schools, different facility needs. So it's a larger conversation. What we are doing, since the board approved that plan, there will be sessions where people can come out, and it's a very inclusive process, and talk about each site. Now, one thing that we did offer, and Mr. Garrett and I, we met with some of the individuals, is that Central High School will be one of the first school in that process. So I want to put that out there. So the district is looking at these issues.
Thank you. And with that, we will move on to our consent agenda. I do have a request to pull item number 8 from the consent agenda, so that will get voted and heard separately. I also want to note that we are adopting a resolution number 2526-28 declaring February 16th through March 3rd as Lunar New Year. And so with that, what are the wishes of the board, and do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 7 and number 9?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice President Sellers. Is there a second?
Second.
And I have a second by Trustee Kirk. All in favor, apologize. Student trustees, how do you vote? So you could say aye in support, nay, oppose, or you can abstain if you feel that you don't have enough information or you have a conflict that doesn't allow you to make a decision. So make sure you use your mic and then tell me how do you vote. Yeah, yes. Okay.
Aye.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Board members, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries unanimously. And so we revisit number 8. I'll turn it over to Trustee Singh.
Just had an additional question on this particular item, if I can speak with you, Director Rodriguez. Director Rodriguez, I just had and in some ways this is my own education process. I'll probably revisit the same question a little bit later when we talk about Herndon Barstow as well. When we're talking about the modernization at McKinley, obviously there's the scope of project that's provided. To the best of your understanding, Director Rodriguez, are there any parts then that are being left out? I think our sort of generic understanding as a board is when we're doing a modernization project, we're modernizing everything to bring that school up to today's standards. I know after we had done some work, especially at Roosevelt and Madison, I got some calls later saying XYZ wasn't necessarily completed. So I just want to have an understanding specifically. Obviously, the scope has what is being done, but I just want to understand also what are things that we will have to continue to revisit potentially at McKinley.
So that's a great question. So most of the classrooms and all of the administration building, with the exception of the portables, will be modernized. We typically don't modernize portables. However, there are, I want to say off the top of my head, there's about 2 portables that we will be doing some work in those portables for support staff. So that is one of the things that's going to happen with those portables.
In terms of just an additional blacktops, some of our athletic facilities, exterior lighting, playgrounds.
So the from what I recall, there isn't any landscaping, no blacktop, none of those items.
Okay.
Just the classrooms, the modernization, the teaching stations, the walls, the updated technology, some of the roof repairs, new roofing, and things of that nature, some updated infrastructure new switchgear, electrical switchgear. PG&E has just recently replaced a transformer, so now we have to replace the gear that's on site.
Can I just understand, when we make the determinations, and it makes sense, you know, to of course start with the classrooms and to start with the portables. When, for instance, you're saying we're not doing, for instance, like landscaping and some of these, like for instance, blacktop and some of those things. I think my hope is for like board's future that when we're doing a modernization, we, at least as best as possible, get a price for just everything so that that particular school is just as nice as JSK or you know, whatever today's particular standards are. I think my fear is, at least hearing some of the parents after we had completed modernization at Roosevelt and Madison, is that we don't leave out certain things and then we don't have any timeline to ever revisit those. I'll probably ask the same question when we get to Herndon Barstow, but I think this is something that I'm definitely thinking out loud, hopefully with the rest of the board. Thank you. And
Trustee Kirfan.
Thank you, President Carrillo. So I just have one quick question.
Sure.
I know a lot of the community is very excited about or very interested in infrastructure projects right now. That's exciting. But this is a modernization of hopefully the whole school of McKinley Elementary. Do you know how long that would take to renovate an entire school site?
Roughly around 18 months.
18 months? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Approve.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Singh to approve the architectural services by Darden Architecture for the McKinley Elementary School Modernization Project, and a second by Trustee Kirfan. I will now move to a vote. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Board members, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Please let the record reflect that Trustee Sadu is absent for this vote. And with that, we move on to our action items. Our first action item is student discipline case number 25-26-004. Administration is recommending that the board approve the recommendation on the student discipline case. What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Motion to approve.
Okay. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers to approve the recommended discipline on this case. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Kirfan. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye. Aye.
Board members, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to item number 2, approve the quarterly Williams Uniform Complaints Procedure. Director English.
Good evening, President Carrillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. This item is returning from last meeting. No complaints were received this quarter, so administration is recommending that the board hold a public hearing at this meeting and approve the quarterly Williams Uniform Complaint Procedure.
Thank you, Director English. At this time, I will open the public hearing. Is there any member of the public wishing to address the board during this public hearing? We will allow 30 seconds to pass before we move on to the next item. And just as a reminder, any members of the public wishing to address the board on any item, just come forward since this is a public hearing. If you are watching remotely, you can call 559 incorrect number. Just kidding. You can call 559-276-3150.
Board President, 30 seconds have passed and there's no callers at this time.
Okay. Seeing and hearing no comments during this public hearing, the public hearing is now closed. We move on to approve the Williams Uniform Complaint Report. What are the wishes of the board?
I'll motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk. Is there a second? I have a second by Vice President Sellers. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye. Aye.
Board members, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to accept gifts to the district. I'll turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Iqbal.
Good evening. We have one gift to the district. Central High School received a donation of $10,000
from Joseph Keith Burgess Foundation for the Associated Student Body Fund. Administration is recommending the board accept the gifts to the district.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from any board member? Thank you for the gift. Is there a motion to accept the gift to the district? And for our student trustees, when I repeat that and say, is there a motion to approve, you can say so moved. That makes the motion. If you want a second, you simply say, I second the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kerfan, and I have a second, and pronounce your last name so I don't mess it up.
Kung.
Kung, okay. And a second by Student Trustee Kung. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Board members, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to item number 4, approve renewal agreement with Aries Software, Inc. I'll turn it over to Dr. Childs.
Yes, so last Friday, we was able to have a meeting with the Aries representatives in order to talk about the district individualized requests that we need in terms of permissions. One of the things that they did guarantee us is that the 3-year contract does not lock us in. It just locks in the price for the next 3 years. At any point, we can back out of the contract. They have also since invited us, 2 representatives from the district, fully expense paid by them, to actually join to see the different permissions and the things that they are going to be tailoring in hopes that it would satisfy our requests. So with that information, we are recommending that this item be approved tonight by the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from our student trustees? Okay. Any comments from any other board member? Seeing none, just kidding. Vice President Sellers.
Thank you. Dr. Childs, do you know when we anticipate that opportunity to send staff members for that training?
March 9th through 11th in Monterey, California.
Okay. Is there any time constraints that we are up against in the immediate future here to approve this?
Other than right now, we are working or we're utilizing their system, and we have not renewed the contract that was sent to us by them in November. That's the only time constraint.
Okay. Would it be possible to table this item until they return to find out, kind of answer those questions? Is this program going to be customizable to the district's requests?
I would, let me refer to Mr. Gaffernon. Could you answer that question? Would it be possible to table?
So Vice President Sellers, at least for me, can you maybe explain a little bit of what you mean by customizable? Are we still talking about specifically restricting access to certain functions?
That's one of the components, yes.
Okay, okay.
The question of whether or not we can not pay them till March, is that effectively the question?
I'm just curious.
No.
Okay.
Let me clarify, because I don't want anyone watching this to think that we're not going to pay. Okay. The question is, can we table this for consideration of the 3-year contract to the next board meeting? What is the impact of that?
It all depends on Aries software. Technically, they could turn off the spigot. I don't anticipate that they would, obviously. Yeah, so it's sort of at their discretion. I did receive communication from them today that they have escalated our request to their programming department. So whether or not that means, great, it'll happen within the next 6 weeks or 6 months, I can't answer that question, but it has been escalated.
Vice President Sellers, so would you be satisfied if the wish of the board is to approve this contract, knowing that the representation Dr. Childs has provided, because I don't remember what the terms say, that we can end the contract within the 3-year period? If the board wishes to approve, can we continue with that and then have another information item to report back and tell us these are the actually, I don't want any details, but confirming these are the trainings, we've confirmed the privacy settings, a confirmation from our district in compliance with various board policies that we have, that they've audited access to make sure that only those that need function to like grades or attendance or confidential information have access.
Personally, I'm one vote here on the panel.
Correct, but you're asking the question.
I personally would not support
Okay.
that. Have questions and concerns that have not been answered yet.
Okay.
And I don't want to see, this is my personal opinion, I would not invest in a contract and then have no timelines of when the solutions are going to be presented. If there are other opportunities for other programs that are available.
Can I speak to that?
Sure.
So, like was mentioned earlier, the contract we're locking in is 3 years of pricing fixed. The renewal is effectively for the current year that we're already participating in. I'm happy to address concepts about moving to another student information system if we want to do the work to figure out if there is another system that would meet our needs. But that is a process that takes months and months because it affects every interaction with student data at the district, every student who enrolls, every student who exits, every tracking EL participation, everything you can think of by which you guys derive data to make decisions. A huge chunk of that comes from our student information system. So looking to move and evaluating what's out there is an excellent idea. It would take time.
Okay. Can you tell me if Aries is customizable to what I'm looking for?
Yeah, they control the source code. They can change it.
Can you tell me when they will be able to customize it?
I cannot tell you that.
So, being that we are going to be data-driven, I need complete confidence in the information that I'm being provided. And if I have any questions or doubts, that's not acceptable. So that's why I'm asking that we get some confirmation that Aries will be able to fulfill our requests. Otherwise, I think it would be time to start that time clock of analyzing and looking at other programs. So that's why I'm asking for this to be tabled. Again, I'm one person.
So other than, because I'm curious, I don't know, other than the functionality, which I would be shocked if they can't support this, of restricting access, most standard platforms used by educational institutions in California, it's almost a legal requirement. What other concerns do you have? Like what functionalities? Because I don't know if there's any other concern than privacy. If you feel comfortable sharing.
There are, and off the top of my head here at the moment, I don't have all of it ready to list out.
You know, one thing that they did do, that's a very positive step, is that, to your point, was that they sent out, as far as the ticket, as far as to address a lot of the concerns that you that brought forward, basically reiterating in terms of what specifically are you saying. So I mean, so since we've been working on this, we've gone to a whole different place. So I'm pretty comfortable that they are going to do what we need to get done, because they even asked for clarification. You know, they came back and said, hey, could you be very clear in terms of this is what you want? And the second, they actually came back and asked us for that information.
And we had an audit today with so the programming change you guys have specified is specific to a certain subset of tables and areas, requesting that only folks who enter that item be allowed to edit it. That's the programming they're working on. The idea of, who has access to individual sections, who can read, who can make changes, etc. With that particular area in mind, we did an audit today, and it is set up the same way we had discussed with District Nurse Vani and her request at the end of the week.
I just want to clarify, that is one subgroup that I've addressed for concern. There are multiple. So if we're focusing on just one, that's great, that's progress. but there's still more.
Okay.
And I would love to follow up with you guys later. This is not the platform for me to discuss that.
Well, I mean, I think that at some point, the concerns do need to be brought to the board because the decisions should be made by the board as a whole. And so I agree, privacy is a concern. And now more than ever, we need to ensure that only individuals that are authorized and absolutely under, I mean, this is a FERPA issue. This is
100%.
This is why I'm saying, like, I would be shocked because they are the leading provider for K-12 school districts in California, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I operate our permissions policy on the principle of least access. So when I'm requested to give someone access, that is done with the idea that you get the absolute minimum you need to do your job, unless the board administration has said these people get this access. That's the policy under which I operate.
Okay. Are there any other, sorry, Vice President Sellers, do you have any other questions or comments? Okay, is there anyone else that has any questions or comments? Trustee Kerfan.
Thank you, President Carrillo. So are we saying that if this item is tabled today, we could lose access?
I think it's highly unlikely that they'd say, hey, you guys are 90 days late. We're going to turn you off. But
So if we table this, we're already late on our contract.
Yes.
We don't have a contract.
We're operating technically without a contract under their grace.
But we've had a contract before.
We've had a contract every year since 2010.
Okay, so this is an issue I think the board has brought up before on other contracts for other contractors, is that we like to have these in advance of the contract expiring for renewal so that we have time to review. If we have questions, we're not put in this jeopardy of, the trash isn't going to get picked up if we don't approve it, or the sky's going to fall. Like, this is something we have brought before. So if that were to happen, it would not be on this board. It would be on the district because we've already made it clear where we stand on that.
I understand your position completely.
And if it is tabled, we could definitely follow up. I could put in a call to the representatives tomorrow and let them know that, hey, this is something that we actually need to know if it can happen ASAP or not.
Thank you, because I'm surprised that not only is this like, oh, it's due now, but that it's late.
Vice President Sellers, you said you had one last question.
One question. Why is this being brought to us here in the 11th hour with our backs into the corner?
So this was brought to Executive Cabinet back in May of 2025. And then it was then brought back in where Aries sent the renewal price in the contract in November, just 2 months ago. So part of it, I think, was just transition of leadership at the district office level, and then Aries providing the contract to us not until November.
Okay.
Trustee Singh?
Just piggybacking on Trustee Kerfan's point, I think Dr. Marshall and I had a conversation about making sure that we agendize and provide dates, but I'll follow up with you, President Carrillo, to make sure that we do that in future agendas.
Yeah. Okay, so I agree with your sentiments, Vice President Sellers. However, and I agree with everything that has been said, we keep saying this, we don't want to put you guys in a bind, but we also don't appreciate being put in a bind and waiting till the last minute. I think that message has been clear. We've said it before. We get it. Work in progress. I want to proceed, and I will make a motion to approve. However, I do want to include in that motion that we get an update by the next agenda, because I don't want us to just, maybe not on you all of sitting around, but that the vendor thinks because we've approved it, well, we can ignore them. And so whatever pressure this puts on everyone else, and then we can revisit. I know that's not what you want, but you guys can shut down my motion and someone else can renew a new motion.
And one thing we will do in terms of the updates, I'll make sure that you get all, as I always do, as we get this progress moving forward, the emails going back and forward, I'll make sure you.
President Carrillo, I have a point of query. Did Trustee Sellers already try to motion to table the item?
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, I apologize.
I would like to make a motion to table this item if I wasn't clear on that.
Okay. It was not. So
Apologize.
Vice President Sellers has moved to table approval of the renewal agreement with Aries Software, Inc. to the next board meeting.
Following information provided from Aries.
Answering your questions.
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion by Vice President Sellers to table approval of the renewal agreement with Aries Software, Inc. until our next meeting, a regular meeting of the board, subject to his questions being answered. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I have a second on the motion. Student trustees, how do you vote? And this would be where you're like, you all just talked a lot about things that we don't understand. If you want to abstain, I think this would be an appropriate time that you could abstain, but you can vote yes or no. And what the motion is, we're gonna just move it to the next board meeting for consideration. And as you probably understood, Vice President Sellers has additional questions that still haven't been answered. So with that explanation, how do you vote? Board members, all in favor of tabling the item, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I will oppose. Any abstentions? None. Motion carries. We have 5 votes to table. I registered a no vote, and then our 2 student trustees supported the table. Thank you very much. Okay, we move on to item number 4. Item number 5, approve expanded learning opportunities 3-year plan and budget. Dr. Lopez.
Good evening, Board President Carrillo, Superintendent Dr. Marshall, and Board of Trustees. So I am excited to present to you the program plan for the next 3 years for our district.
So our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program Plan was guided by feedback, enrollment data, and program data over the last few years.
So now what you see in front of you is some of the data that supports this plan. So as you can see, from 22-23 academic year, we had an enrollment of 948 students in our expanded learning program. That has increased all the way to, again, August of this year, we were at 2,890 students. However, that has increased since then another 1,000 students. So I am very proud to say that currently we are at 3,813 students enrolled in our after-school expanded learning programs. The additional data that we take a look at is clearly with the growth of student enrollment, we also see an increase in the MOU that we currently have with Fresno County Superintendent of Schools. They currently hold some of our grants that help fulfill the needs for staffing, such as the 21st Century Grant, ACES grants, and supplemental grants.
So the ELOP plan was truly a collaborative effort. It was developed in partnership with our administrators and other partners, and we took the feedback that we received from some surveys, and we reviewed and refined our plan and strengthened it and made adjustments as needed. So some of the surveys that we had were the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, the Fresh Department, did some surveys over the last year, and those are shown there. We also did some internal surveys to our Central Unified staff and specific surveys when we have camps, and there's a snippet of something that was for the students from the last winter intersession. So our expanded learning program plan that you have before you, it helps us identify how we're going to provide consistent, high-quality, expanded learning services for our students from TK all the way through 12th grade outside of the regular school year, and you do have the plan in front of you. The ELOB plan, the template that we're provided, we have to address the 12 quality standards for expanded learning in the state of California. So each one of the standards has a number that's assigned to it, and when you're reading through the plan, they all align with that. This plan is a living document. It truly is something that is, as we come up with new ideas, as we receive feedback, as we need to make shifts to serve our community, we make changes in the plan. Like, that's up, we're changing it. It's should be renewed annually and reviewed by the board annually moving forward. And it's unlike other plans in that we don't actually submit it to the CDE for approval. Right, they don't come back and tell us, change this, change that. We bring it to our board, and it's up to our board to approve it. The exception that the state sees it is when we're in the middle of an FPM, or if we need to, which is our federal program monitoring, or if in an audit, they will request the plan to look at alignment of expenditures.
So now I'm going to quickly review a summary for each of the standards and how we're meeting the plan. For example, standard number 1, safe and supportive environments. We are investing some of the funding on our safety manager, so we're cost sharing with our district. We are also looking at training for our leads. So again, cost sharing with our district to provide that training, including the director of climate and culture that will be providing training on some of the components that bleed into the after school program, such as our safe talk and other components. Assist training is another one that we cost share, and we're able to utilize some of the staffing within the school day to provide some of that training in the after school hours. The next standard is active and engaged learning, engaging enrichment, hands-on activities. So some of the feedback supported the fact that we need to explore additional camp offerings for our kids, and it's been exciting in the last 2 years to implement some very great camps. We've received a lot of great feedback. Our students are not only engaging in hands-on activities that incorporate STEAM, but they also explore careers. Skill building, academic support, daily homework support. We are now investing in teachers to support with RTI response to intervention, which will also allow our district to recuperate ADA attendance.
Standard 4, youth voice and leadership. This is where students have the opportunity to shape our program. We have students choose what they would like for their activities and what their enrichment programs will look like, so that our program reflects their needs. Healthy choices is component number 5 of the standards, and all of our programs align with the district wellness policy, and we have things like cooking classes and sports and fitness, and every day there's a physical activity, and all meals are provided through our food services in alignment with all of the federal nutrition standards. Diversity, access, and equity is standard number 6. And here we want to make sure that we provide service, equitable access to all students. And when we say all, we mean all. So we particularly want to make sure that we support our students with disabilities. We collaborate with our special education department and make sure that we have the supports in place, including instructional aids, all the targeted supports, and specialized transportation to camps as needed. And lastly, we want to have culturally responsive programming, where we have the activities and our events that we have within our program celebrate the cultures and the experiences of our community. Standard 7 in Section 7 is quality staff. There are 3 components of this. It's staff engagement, minimum staff qualifications, and staff development. Section 8 is our clear mission and vision. The vision of Central Unified School District Expanded Learning Program will embrace diversity to educate our students, provide after-school academic support, and provide opportunities for our students to experience the world of possibilities around them.
So in the last 2 years, we've done a really good job at engaging our families, utilizing our parent engagement department, as well as community schools. So I am very proud to say that this is a component that we have grown in our district. So you're going to see a lot of new components this year added to the 3-year plan. And that is ongoing communication with families, integration of family engagement opportunities, program integration, partnerships with sites, ELOP program, as well as parent engagement.
Number 10 is something that is ongoing throughout the year, and it's commonly referred to as CQI in the expanded learning world, and that's our continuous quality improvement, where we constantly look at what's happening and how we can assess, plan, and continually improve our programs. And number 11 is program management. It's where we look at all of our subcontractors and our program partners and make determinations on how, moving forward with those. We also collaborate with a variety of departments in our district.
So this is where you'll see that we are adding language around facilities and resources. So we are looking at utilizing our funding to expand opportunities for our students and preparation just in case our funding does go away. At some point, we have buildings and capacity to provide our own camps. So that'll be our focus, as well as leadership development within our department and possible growth, just to ensure that we can gain some of the funding that I know the board has been interested in, and we're able to sustain those grants as well. We are looking at a phase transition regarding that ask of the board, gradual shifting towards district-led management of ELOP and other programs, capacity building, development of internal systems, staffing, and operational readiness. So we are looking at potential staffing that will help us carry the load moving forward. We are also thinking of strategic hiring, intentional recruitment to support the after-school intercession and supplemental programs. Consultant services will be required as they have been added through the MOU, and funding and compliance to ensure that we continue the grant pursuit and ensure that we are able to receive additional grant funding when available. Part of this plan is also the 25-26 academic budget for the ELOP program, who is also attached there, but I will go through the presentation just because the budget is at the end of the presentation. It does reflect student and family needs based on the survey responses, as well as feedback that we received from our families. Some of the possible expenditures that we'll be focusing on are facility use cost allocations, personnel salaries and benefits, registration systems for intercession, equipment and supplies, office furniture as we grow, transportation to provide access for all students, field trips, vehicles, intercessions, summer outside contracted services, contracting enrichment providers, aids to support with IEPs and 504s, meals and snacks, travel and conferences, computer equipment, and one of the major ones, as mentioned before, is facilities investment. Funds may support purchase, renovations, or upgrades of facilities, portables, learning spaces, shade structures, and storage. This is our plan. So as you can see, we are allocating $2 million under personnel salaries and benefits, payroll as well. Enrichment and contracted services, we allocated an additional $2 million. Program operational supplies, $10 million. That does include the FCSS MOU. Transportation and student access, we allocated around $500,000, and that is currently what we spend in intercessions as well as after-school programs. Facilities and program infrastructure, as you can see, we added about $1 million or so because we are looking at this first year analyzing where we can potentially build something that can be that can stay with us even when the grant, if the grant were to go away. Meals and snacks, it's hard for me to see, I'm so sorry. But I believe that is about $14,000, which is what we spend. Professional development program oversight, we have about $100,000. Indirect costs currently is at a 5.62, and it's around $900,000. And total grant is $17,647,000. I think I was able to see that number well. So I am proud to say that our grant funding has increased over time. 3 years ago, we were only receiving $8 million in this grant funding. Last year, we received $16 million. Now we received $17 million. So this is where we start looking at sustainability and how do we create programs in Central. So if for some reason the grants were to go away, we can keep those structures. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Lopez. Any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kurfan.
Thank you, President Carrillo. Comment and question. First off, thank you both for your work on this. I think it's a really well done presentation highlighting everything, all of our goals and aspirations for our ELOP program. And then also just for the community watching online, colloquially, our ELOP program, Expanded Learning Opportunity, it's our after school and summer programs. I have one question, and that is on the slides, there is a hyperlink to the budget. Is that the same thing as the budget that was attached?
That is
okay,
correct.
It's not a different document?
No.
Okay, got it. Thank you. No
You're
further
welcome.
questions then.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, what are the wishes of the board on this item? Is
Motion
there-
to approve?
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kurfan. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Sadoo. So with the motion, it would be approving the Expanded Learning Opportunities 3-year plan and budget. Student Trustee Kong, did I say that correctly?
Aye.
Thank you. Board members, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 6, approve Fresno County Superintendent of Schools Expanded Learning Program Memorandum of Understanding Amendment. Dr. Lopez.
Hello again. So as explained, we have increased in our enrollment and our after-school program and intersessions. The numbers that you see reflected here is the current growth at the opening of each academic year. But as explained earlier, we have grown from the opening of the year till now by 1,000 students, and we're at 3,813. With that being said, we grew about 39% of student enrollment, which means an increase in the MOU because that provides us staffing to support that growth. We had to ensure that the staffing was provided so we can allow the kids from the wait list to enter our program. That is why you have the contract in front of you today. The MOU has increased. It has increased by $2,662,000 to allow for the staffing to ensure that the 1,000 students receive the adequate staffing at the sites. Additionally, the reason why it increased is because before, I don't know if you recall last year, we were bringing contracts to you for camps if they exceeded the 50,000. Now we are going through the MOU to ensure it is easier to process the camps. We do offer a lot of camps, and I would hate to bring you 30 contracts. So because they are currently part of the MOU, that they're able to provide that access, and they're vendors through FCSS, then we're able to use the MOU. So I would not be bringing any contracts to you for camp offerings this year. It is included in the MOU.
Great. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay. I will move to approve the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools Expanded Learning Program Memorandum of Understanding Amendment. Thank you. I heard a second from Trustee Kurfan. Student Trustee Kong, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. We move on to item number 7, approved bus replacement. Director Both.
Good evening, Board President Carrillo, Superintendent Dr. Marshall, and board members. One of our school district buses needs a major repair to the engine. The bus has approximately 235,000 miles and is 16 years old. District staff is recommending to purchase a new school bus to replace the older one due to the cost of the repair, age of the bus, and the miles. The bus will be purchased through A to Z sales using a piggyback from Clovis Unified bid number 2963. The current bus is a 34 passenger capacity. We'll be replacing it with a 36 variable seating. We can fit up to 6 wheelchair or up to 36, and every wheelchair takes away 6 seats, so anywhere in between. The cost of the bus would be $223,643.24 and would be paid through the general fund. Administration is recommending the board approve the bus replacement after I answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this item? Trustee Kurfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo. So what kind of fuel does this bus use?
The current one or the new one?
The new one.
New one will be diesel.
New one will be diesel, and the old one is also diesel?
Yes.
So in my time on this board, we have made an effort to replace diesel buses with alternative, particularly electric vehicles, in compliance with California state law. Why are we buying another diesel bus?
So we One, you can, it's the size of the diesel bus, the size of the diesel engine. So in the state of California right now, for our large buses, 84 capacity and larger, you cannot buy a diesel bus. They are no longer being sold. Since the capacity of the current bus that we're replacing is a smaller bus, we are able to get that diesel engine. Meets all of the state's requirements for CARB and emissions.
Let me clarify then. Why did we not seek out an electric vehicle or alternative fuel?
We mainly due to the mileage. Range on electric buses, we just got 7. It's still about 100 miles, and we have to charge in the middle of the day. It's just not operationally sound for us to be 100% electric. So where we can still do diesel, we want to, because we also need to use these buses potentially for field trips that go out of town.
Thank you. So will we be on track to meet, California regulations for our fleet?
Yeah, our buses are 100% compliant right now. We're on track. No concern there right now.
I understand we're compliant for now, but if we're not continuing to update our fleet to meet the state's goals, we could then be out of compliance. Are we continuing to move the goalpost?
I think the question is, are we required to replace, under existing law, required to replace our diesel buses with more energy efficient?
Yeah, and sorry, the answer for that, no. Right now, we're not required to replace our diesel engine. If we have a diesel engine, it's pretty much grandfathered in, so we don't have to replace it. There is a little bit of, not a little bit, we do have a little bit of a stricter guideline when it comes to our white fleet and vehicles over 8,500 pounds. I won't get too much into it, sorry, but there's a little bit of a different weight requirement and different requirements to that.
My final point then is just that I want us to remain within compliance of California state law. I don't want us to miss the goal that the state puts for us, and also our students do deserve clean air in our community. So as long as we are continuing to make effort, that should be fine.
Understood. Thank you.
Trustee Sadu?
Yeah. So, to get rid of the old bus, is there a cost? Who takes the old bus? How does that work?
So we're going to hang on to it. We never know if we can get it into a grant. When grants come open, there's a lot of requirements. So we'd like to keep them just in case we can possibly put it into a grant program and get another bus out of it.
And if I remember correctly, the last few buses we've purchased, and I'm going to guess on the number, I think it's like 4 or 5-ish. They've been through grants, which is why we've crushed the diesel and purchased electric.
Yeah.
And so this is coming out of our general funds. Mm-hmm. So there's no requirement that we crush it or that it be electric. And as you just mentioned, we're still in compliance with existing regulations for the type of bus.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Sadu. Student Trustee Kong, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. And we move on to our final item on the agenda for action, discussion, and action on process to fill board vacancy. So as our board members may know, but our community may not be aware, former trustee Natalie Chavez resigned from her seat, and it created a vacancy. That resignation was filed with the Fresno County Office of Education in compliance with the Ed Code. And so the vacancy was created effective January 23rd, 2026. So this item is for the board to discuss and determine how it wants to proceed. My understanding is that we have the option, because of all the timelines in compliance with the law, to either appoint a trustee, which means we advertise, collect applications, and then the board conducts interviews in open session and makes a decision to appoint someone. That person would sit on the seat until this November election, where we would need to place the seat on the ballot for the community to vote on who will serve the remainder of the ballot. If the board does not wish to appoint someone, we have the option to instead call a special election. I don't know that it would be on this upcoming June. I don't know the deadlines. But it's a very expensive process. It is an option. We have 60 days as a board to make a decision, 60 days from Friday, January 23rd. My recommendation is that we appoint someone, but it's up to the board. What I did prepare for you all is you received 2 documents, and there are copies in the back for the public who wish to see this. There's a timeline for appointment. This is a 60-day deadline. If the board elects to make an appointment, you can see what I've planned out the process. My recommendation, if the board decides to make the appointment, that we approve an application today so that it gets posted immediately, so that we can advertise and collect applications. My recommendation is we accept applications until February 27th. Those get reviewed and verified by our administrators, and that the item come back to the board at our Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 board meeting for initial interviews. But also it gives us the ability to extend for another week if we determine we don't have enough candidates. Our drop dead deadline, 60-day period, is Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. That is a date that we have a regular meeting. However, I would recommend that if we need to extend, we have a special meeting so that we don't risk the County Office of Education finding that we were not within the 60-day period. If we don't take action within 60 days, meaning if we vote today to approve an appointment, but then we fail to make an appointment, the County Board of Education will then take over and they will add it to the ballot for an election. And as I said, we then would be responsible for paying the cost of adding the seat to the ballot. And on the special, we'd have to get numbers, but I know when I've looked at it for other districts, it's a pretty expensive process. I also prepared for consideration and further discussion and feedback a proposed application. This would simply be for any interested individual to fill this out and submit it. And then I would recommend that each one of us board members create 1 or 2 questions. We submit it to Dr. Marshall for review, and we bring that back on March 16th or whenever we conduct our interviews. We select what questions we're going to ask and immediately conduct our interviews. Again, we can always schedule a special meeting so that it doesn't go so long, but that's an overview of what our options are. I've talked a lot, so any questions, comments? Vice President Sellers?
Just want to clarify, the district would be responsible for the entire cost if we went that route?
It gets prorated with all the other elections, but yeah, there is a cost.
Okay.
And I do know that it tends to be higher.
Do you have a ballpark estimate? 50,000?
At least 50,000.
Okay. And that money would have to come from the general fund? There is no other funding to support that?
Correct, unless each one of us wants to make a donation or the community wants to donate money for that.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Kerfan and then Trustee Kirk.
Thank you, President Carrillo. So regardless on whether we appoint or not, it'll still be on the ballot for November. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it will be cheaper if we appoint than if we just let it go to the ballot, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Kirk.
Thank you. That was my clarifying question. So there is not a cost to have it on the November ballot. It's the June ballot that incurs the cost.
There's still a small cost, but I think it's much less because there are more seats and it's a bigger ballot. I don't know what those costs are, but there is a small cost compared to what it would be to have a special election, which then gets added to the primary, assuming we're still on time. I didn't check those dates.
Okay, my second question is, do we interview in open session?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. All of this is done in open session. Discussion, interviews, and selection, all in open session. And that same day that we make the election or appointment, we would then swear them in, they sit, and then there is a process. We give notice to the community, and then if you want the ed codes, I'm happy to send them to you. The community can then decide that they disagree with us and petition to have it placed and have an election instead. And they would have to figure out the cost, and there's a whole procedure for that. Any other questions? Thoughts? Trustee Kerfan?
I will share a comment. While I believe this board generally is in agreement on our policies, our goals, our aspirations for the district, it would be beneficial for us to have a seventh member in case of the rare situation where there is a tie and we're stuck 3-3.
I agree that, and then quorum. I mean, we all work, we have responsibilities. And I say we all work because that wasn't the demographic of our previous boards. So I think that's just important to highlight. So that's my recommendation. Any thoughts on the proposed timeline? Do we want to bring that back? Any thoughts on the application? And my intent was simply to ask like general questions. I did include something that kind of allows us to gauge. I know that this board generally, actually, it has been very student-centered and student-focused. So I believe that these questions would solicit that information. The requirements for the seat would be that you live in the area, and is it Area 4? Okay. Area 4, you have to be a registered voter, you have to be 18 years and older, and then there are a list. Area 3? Is it Area 3?
Thank you. I'm actually representing Area 4.
Thank you. I only know what area I serve, sorry. Area 3. So it's Area 3. You can look at Central Unified School District's website to find more about the boundary lines. And then there are certain felonies that would disqualify an individual, and those are listed in the Ed Code and Government Code sections that people can look into as well. Yeah, but is there any feedback on the application? The other option would be that the board can also delegate and have a subcommittee create a more thorough application. I would advise against that because it just takes more time and we do have a strict deadline, and I would rather us ensure that an admin can recruit and we get as many qualified applicants as possible, and then we make those decisions at the next meeting, whatever meeting.
Trustee Carrillo, I appreciate your work on this. I think the timeline is generous to those who want to apply. I agree. I think maybe a subcommittee may not be the best idea, and I would be wary of admin recruiting applicants because the board oversees and provides oversight for administration.
I meant posting it,
Oh,
answering
posting it.
questions.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
My
Thank
point
you.
of like posting it, of receiving the applications, reviewing them, providing them information as far as like what are your responsibilities.
Thank you, yes.
As far as recruitment, any individual who resides in Area 3 and is registered to vote 18 years and older and is committed to serving our community.
And is not committed to have felonies.
Yeah, certain disqualifying felonies. So with that, yeah, if you guys agree with the proposed timeline and the application, then I would just request that somebody make a motion to approve proceeding with filling the board vacancy by appointment with the application and the timeline presented.
Second.
Thank you very much. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk. I heard a second by Vice President Sellers first. I know he's closer. I can hear his voice. Student Trustee Kong, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Dr. Marshall, any questions, anything else? Okay.
Elections, I've done the whole gamut, so we're good.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We move on to information items. Receive an independent audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. Thank you to our vendors for waiting.
All right, we have Mr. Brett Harrison from LPS, our district auditor. He'll be saying a few words regarding the fiscal year 24-25 financial audit.
Hello, everybody. And thank you. We were engaged to perform the annual audit for the district for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. And I'll make this brief, but I'll try to be clear. There's three sections or three parts of our audit. We audit the district's compliance with state requirements that are specific to local education agencies, such as the district. The second part of the audit is we audit federal funds for major programs and the district's compliance in relation to federal requirements. And then third part is we audit the district's financial statements as a whole and the presentation of those. The results of our audit are based on a risk-based approach, inquiries, analytics, sample selections that support our opinions. We have no findings to report for the fiscal year, which is, I think, the most important words you want to hear. We appreciate the cooperation with the district, the communication that we get throughout the year when questions arise. We particularly appreciate that, so that nothing's a surprise at the end when there's something that that might go one way or the other. So we appreciate that communication and the cooperation that we receive. Happy to answer any questions that you may have on the report. I'll do my best to explain what I can in plain English.
I don't know if I missed it. Did you tell us what your findings?
No findings.
Okay. Which is good, right? We don't.
That is what you want. Yes. Yes.
I knew that, but I just wanted to make sure everyone else knew. Any questions, comments from the board? Okay, well, we appreciate your brief presentation. Any objection to having this item returned under consent? I don't think it requires action, right? Consent is fine? Okay. That way you don't have to come back next board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. This will return under consent. Our next item is item number two, receive information regarding architectural services by TAM Architects for the Herndon Barstow Elementary School Modernization Project.
Thank you, and good evening, Board President, Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. Before you this evening is a proposal from TAM Architects for architectural services related to the modernization project at Herndon Barstow Elementary School. Under this proposal, TAM Architects will design, plan, and prepare all required project documents for DSA review in support of the modernization effort. Their work will ensure that the project meets Title 24 building code requirements, fire and life safety system standards, and accessibility requirements for individuals with disabilities, along with other regulations. Administration is recommending that this item be placed on the February 10th, 2026 board agenda for action, as approval will be necessary to move forward with the design phase and updated code cycle revisions. Joining us tonight is Jared Ramirez, a partner with TAM Architects. He and I will be available to answer any questions you may have on this item.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Singh?
Director Rodriguez, and thank you from the architect from TAM for joining. I guess the same type of questions I had with regards to the McKinley modernization. If you could share, I'm looking obviously at the scope, but if you could also share some of the other things that may also need support and that may not be actually included in this particular proposal, especially because Herndon Barstow is one of our historic schools.
Yeah, good evening, thank you. So on this campus, we are pretty much touching every single building. So it's a new building, it's a remodel of 3 buildings, and a renovation upgrade to all the classrooms. From what I heard earlier, is some of the site improvements, landscaping, some of those things that are of a concern. We are making improvements to site access on this campus with the fire lane, which deals with some of the parking and access to the back of the school. I know that this campus already has a new parking lot up front, so some of those are still compliant and still good shape. I do understand what you were saying earlier about providing maybe a line item to do additional work. That is always an option to do add alternates based on how much money the district has to add that into the scope of the project. We always want to be stewards of the community's money and taxpayer dollars, so we want to make sure that you get the biggest bang for your buck. I know there's other options out there for under CUPCA to do some of that work with informal quotes where we may not be paying, if this is a CM delivery method, fees on top of that, on top of general contractor fees as well. So I think for us, it is, we have a good idea of what the scope of this project is, but to refresh it, it is going to be meetings with district personnel to understand what is the current scope and needs of that campus and get that into the documents.
Thank you. I think in some ways my questions are probably a little bit more towards Director Rodriguez, in the sense that at this particular site, Director Rodriguez, so clearly, and I understand there's different pools of money. Like for instance, and you like certain types of funding, you're not going to be able to update certain facilities, certain parts of the facilities.
Correct.
I think I would just probably like to understand, and probably as a board, when we have those other things that, for instance, like updating portables that may not be able to use the same, for instance, budget and the same bucket of money, but I guess also just having that at the same time. I think the reason for me is, again, it's just more in terms of the plan, whether we're talking about portables, blacktops, ones that we talked about, athletic seating areas, athletic fields, exterior lighting, playgrounds, of course, the parking facility was talked about, but I have a general sense that our community, when we're modernizing, that they believe that we're modernizing everything and then we're moving on to the next school once it's complete. What I want to start avoiding, at least having heard so much about, to be honest, Madison and Roosevelt, was that was the community's expectations from us, and just so that the board has, and the board going forward has this level of kind of transparency and understanding of what we're doing and what we may not be doing, and maybe we cannot do, but at least that's part of the conversation as well.
So the facilities master plan, our past facilities master plan, kind of encompassed a lot of areas for need. And that was based on some community outreach, some meetings with site staff back in 2015, I want to say. So a lot of these, this modernization is based off of those conversations. We did add, as Mr. Ramirez kind of mentioned, is new asphalt on where the grounds building is currently located. That will be torn down and made into additional parking and an access, an emergency first responder access to the back of the campus, because currently it's kind of really hard to get back in there, and possibly the tear down of the hydronic boiler system that resides in that same area, because now the whole site is no longer on a hydronic or boiler plant. It's they're all package units, most of them.
I'm glad that you're taking community input into consideration, and maybe at other sites too, but maybe the parents at Herndon Barstow are loudest, where they share with me, probably maybe Trustee Sellers too, about how backed up parking can get when folks are dropping off and picking up.
Vice President Sellers.
Question specific to the grounds facility that's there now. Where are we going to relocate that to?
So part of the Measure X plan is to move and we kind of called it the Operations Center. That's off of Gettysburg between Harvest Elementary and the new soccer complex. There's an area that was designated as a district office and maintenance facility, but we've grown so much that particular area is going to encompass our operations center, which will include the grounds department and the maintenance department, our warehouse, some of the IT infrastructure, a few office spaces there, and maybe try to encompass, in order to get money back, maybe a learning center of some sort that we can possibly qualify for state matching funds for those.
Clarify, make sure that is currently still a dirt lot right now, right?
That's correct.
Is there a time frame of getting that facility available for grounds to be relocated to?
Yes. So yes, we're currently right now the old design that was in that particular area that I'm just mentioning is kind of outdated. So we in-house started working with all the directors to kind of talk and kind of lay this thing out. It's already, the work is almost done. Then we'll go ahead and turn it over to architectural services to get the ball rolling.
So we anticipate that facility being available and operational before any construction on Herndon Barstow?
As far as the south end parking lot, yes.
Do we have a contingency plan of where we're going to relocate them in the event that facility is not complete yet? Or are we planning to just push the brakes and delay Herndon Barstow project?
No, there'll be no delay at Herndon Barstow. We do have a plan. Oh, did you want to go ahead and talk about that?
Yeah. So the operations center that Mr. Rodriguez is talking about, it doesn't have to go to a lot of DSA things, so we want to do the architect internal. We have to keep it as least expensive as possible. The reason is for Measure X, we got 100 million. Out of the 100 million, 20 million is gone to WAPA. So we are left with 80 million. So out of 80 million, we need 20 million to do this operation center. That means we have 30 million each for those two schools. So we have to keep that math. That 30 million is not going to go a long way because building WAPA is 70 million. So our modernization in McKinley, Herndon Barstow will be, in a budget crunch because 30 million is not a lot. We have to give the architect other things coming up. So the operation center is going to be very basic, extremely basic. It's not going to be any Cadillac. We will have to have a warehouse because right now we just approved the lease for 2 years. So we have to get that operation center done by within 2 years. We have to have an operation center. We have to have the grounds. We have to all this done within 2 years. But it'll be pretty basic. It's not going to be anything extensive.
Okay. I think my biggest concern is just any unanticipated hiccups in the plan that would potentially delay starting construction on the renovation of Herndon Barstow or changing the plan that we would have to leave the grounds facility there until a later date.
Right now, we will have to go through the architect design. So that'll take 6-7 months. So we have to go through the DSA approval for the Herndon Barstow and the McKinley. So those two will take some time. So we should be enough time to see how we can get this operation center built. Because again, we don't have to go through a lot of DSA because we want to keep that in-house and have the architect do some of the work. Because there is some DSA, but not extensive as other, where kids are involved or students are involved.
Thank you.
My recollection is that we were going to use portables for that operational center. Am I misremembering that?
Well,
and wishful thinking?
Probably wishful thinking because we want to make sure that that building exists for the next 30 years. But it's going to be, framing. We want to keep it as, least expensive as possible.
I mean, we have portables that have been around for more than 30 years, but I get your point. I suppose the modernization is also based on matching funds that we're receiving from the state. So it's not just the Measure X.
No.
Right.
No, correct.
So to your point of would there be any delay? There is a possibility that those funds are not available or that there's...
But we're going to apply. Once we need two things. We need the master plan. That has to be approved. And then we need the architect design approved from DSA. Those two will put us in line.
Right.
So that's those things. We have to get a DSA approved and kind of submit it. We don't have to wait for construction.
Yeah.
So those things needs to be done.
So long as there's money there. So that's
correct.
I am concerned that we are going to base our architectural needs on feedback that we received from community back in 2015, I believe you said. That's 11 years ago. And if my calculation is roughly right, I don't know that any of those students are still there. Maybe their siblings and maybe the families still live in the area. But I just want to flag that because I know that that's what created a huge issue with Garza and a problem that we've inherited. And we're the Board of Trustees. So regardless of who's sitting in these seats, we are responsible for everything that happens. So I think for me, it's as if this item is approved at the next board meeting, is there any point during the development of these plans in which there are check-ins and there's discussions to then think and say, well, I know the community wanted this, but there's really no need. And I know a lot of things have changed in 11 years.
there's always room for change and even minor changes, and we've done that time and time again. So we just met with the principal last week and just kind of went over this plan, and he was really excited. Kind of mentioned a few things. Again, support services, maybe on some existing portables. So that's something that we can kind of work with. So, yeah, to answer your question, yes, there's always room to.
And if you look at the architect's contract, there's two portions. There's new construction, there's modernization. So there'll be some new construction.
Okay. Yeah, and I think just going back to Trustee Singh's point, it's not so much a question or a comment for you all, but for us as a board, and I suppose for you, Assistant Superintendent Iqbal. I think we need to develop a more robust plan so that we're not stuck in situations that Trustee Singh and I are very familiar with the building of Justin Garza. I mean, we built that campus on plans that I think the board 20 or 30 years before us did. That's insane. And I think that's something that we can probably include as part of our master plan, that we're getting more feedback and better explaining to our community what they should be expecting and why we keep asking them for more money and why we need more money to be able to update these facilities and get those matching plans. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? If not, this item will return under consent. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for sticking around. I know it's been a long meeting, so we appreciate that. Our next item is item number 3, receive information regarding the Scholar First Inc. contract. Superintendent Marshall.
The updated presentation. I'll be real, this is information. And I will go through the slides quickly. You should have a copy of it. Basically, the Scholar First Inc. as far as them facilitating our strategic plan for the district. Next page. I'll go into why districts need a strategic plan. It's like a roadmap. This plan will be student-centered. And one thing, a district our size, most districts in the country have a strategic plan. When I was, looking to come to Central, that was one thing that the search firms always say. You look at the budget, you look at the plan, long-range plan. And when I looked in my research, I couldn't find it. When I called the consultant back, I said I didn't locate that document. She said, well, you did good because it doesn't exist. So now it's a chance for us to do that. So basically, it sets the framework for the district will be for the next 5 to 10 years. I mean, I look at the best example I can give is when I lived in Atlanta years ago. There was this little small, tiny district that was in the middle of the city. And it was real small, and at that particular point in time, the big question in town was, why don't they just join the larger district? But they got a superintendent, she came in from like the Midwest. And she said her goal was within the 5 to 10 year period, she wanted that district to be one of the best in the nation. And to this day, that district's one of the best in the state. So basically, in terms of it just plans out where you want to be. If you look at, next slide, please. It talks about as far as like, a lot of things you hear about those plans as far as too many initiatives, the feedback that we get. But this process, it brings everyone together to kind of talk about a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about tonight. It just aligns the whole process. Next, please. The key stages, as far as your preparation, your data collection, knowing where you are now, we do that. As far as looking at, as far as our mission, vision, core values, I think a lot of stuff has been done prior, but needs to be updated. As far as implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and adjustments, right? One thing of the components, when you do a process like this, there has to be comprehensive engagement. You really have to involve the community in the process, because if not, they're not going to buy into it. There's some districts you can go into, everyone knows what's the different pieces. Measurable objectives, and then you align all of your resources as far as every aspect of it. One question I received as far as why Scholars First, next one. Basically, this agency has been working with districts across the nation. They work actually in our area. Their process is probably the most inclusive I've seen in recent years, where they are very deliberate about helping us to reach our community. As far as the price range, they're very commensurate with similar and larger organizations. I looked at Cambridge. I did a process like this in Los Banos to actually spend more than they're proposing, and it wasn't as far as touching as many people that didn't happen. I mean, it was a decent plan, but it wasn't as robust as this one. A couple components, they guaranteed this plan is good for 6 years if we implement it with fidelity. And lastly, what's very attractive is that another item that's very, most districts will have, if you look for it, is that a portrait of a graduate. What does a graduate of Central Unified School District, what does that person look like? And you get that. So that's part of that whole discussion. So if you look at, lastly, about the Scholar First, as far as I talk about the picture, is Dr. Campbell. As far as one thing that she talked about, impact, as far as touching, how many people she's touched. 2.5 million students. You see almost 2,000 administrators, 65 superintendents, 65 plus district partnerships. You can see basically some of our affiliations, Bill and Melinda Gates, very comes to us with very reputable referrals. And then you look at some of the partner districts, they range in size from districts of larger than us, about our size, and then some smaller. So I just wanted to bring this in for information. If there are questions, I'll bring it back next month. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Singh?
I think, Dr. Marshall, I'm excited about, the need for us to have a strategic plan. I think, and I don't really have questions necessarily on the particular vendor. I think for me, we have 2 other major plans happening at the same time, and so I just wonder if that data might inform some of this. So, for instance, we have our APU study happening, and then the one that Assistant Superintendent McClendon is looking at in terms of all of our different programs. So, for me, I'm excited about this. Somehow I just kind of feel like maybe that data might inform some of this, and then maybe us waiting a little bit. So I don't know how it'll inform or not inform, but that's just a concern.
I think the thing that's that's most appealing is the fact they do a great job as far as engaging the community.
Yeah, for sure.
Bringing them into the process. That's the key piece, because a lot of times we have these processes, but it's very deliberate, very structured as far as who participates, and then walking us through that process, and they've gotten good results.
That definitely excited me about their proposal.
Any questions, Vice President Sellers?
Would it be possible to get examples of completed strategic plans from other school districts that they've recently finished?
So I agree with Trustee Singh. I'm wondering, it would be helpful for me and maybe other board members to have a timeline or a timeline of when we can expect some of the other reports. I know we're doing Assistant Superintendent McLennan, the educational study. It's escaping me, but the big West. Okay, I saw W, but I couldn't remember. So we have that, the EPU, and then we're working on the facilities plan. And I agree. This is great, and we need it. We need something that's guiding us, and our community needs to be involved in that development. But I would like to see that we have a timeline and that we have that information before we continue, because for me personally, I just keep thinking back to the TNTP data or evaluation that was done, and it's mentioned, but I don't feel like we really got a whole lot from it because we had COVID, there was a lot of change, and it got lost, and there was a lot of great work. So I love this, but I'm wondering if there would be any benefit in waiting till we have that information.
One thing I will add is that one aspect of the process is that board members play a role in that too. I forgot to mention that. So the board will have an active role in the process as well.
Okay.
But we'll have timelines.
So I know the FPU is supposed to be done within a week, and the West Ed is supposed to be done by the end of this school year. We have gone back and re-reviewed the TNTP report and also the West Ed report that was done just of special education. Those were both before COVID. And so we've looked to see what's still existing, what we're building on, what wasn't addressed, and using all of those.
That's great. I think the next step is then presenting it to us so we know what is happening, because we keep making all these decisions and demands that we're student-centered, student-focused, but what does that look like? And I think what you want to do and what we're asking you to do from a strategic plan is bring it all together and have a formalized plan for the next board members. Those
We've
of us
also
that will
asked
continue service
WestEd,
income.
yeah, we've also asked WestEd to incorporate the information from those plans and give us an update on the status where it's at now, because that was 10 years ago, 8 years ago. What are we still seeing?
Okay. All right, any other comments from anyone? Okay, so this item will return under action unless Superintendent Dr. Marshall determines otherwise. Item number 4, receive information on solution tree professional development. Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
I'll keep this one brief. This is a contract that would basically provide us with 4 very well-known speakers with a lot of educational research to provide 2 days each of staff development at the beginning of the year. So it's basically our return to school for about 1,000 of our staff members over a 2-day period. So it includes PLC, leadership, behavioral things, some of the required trainings under the special ed review that we're under for trauma-informed practices are all included in this contract here. The reason we're bringing it to you now, even though it's for an August date, is because we need to book these speakers. They are very well known and they're very engaging and high quality professional development for our staff that align with our goals and what we're trying to move forward.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Any objection to having this returned to consent? Okay, this will come back as consent. Number 5, receive information regarding the Lakeshore Learning purchase for Roosevelt Community Schools.
Hello again.
Dr. Lopez, sorry.
Through multiple student, family, and staff listening sessions at Roosevelt Elementary School, as well as the committee's approval, the community school community's approval, they have identified a need to improve literacy outcome and family engagement. This Lakeshore purchase will provide furniture that will assist in creating a family engagement room and a literacy hub at Roosevelt. The total financial impact is $54,837 to be spent from the site allocated community school grant funds. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the February 10th board agenda for action.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Vice President Sellers?
Looking this over, a lot of this cost seems to be furniture. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What do you anticipate the longevity of that?
So what I have asked the community schools is to spend their money on things that create sustainability. So not just one-time vendors. So what they're trying to create is a family literacy room where they can host parent engagement nights, where they can host literacy nights, use them during the day also to include the students in literacy events or reading opportunities. So that'll create that sustainability. It's equipment or purchases that sustain even if the grant funds were to go away.
So are you asking how long the furniture should last?
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's a very sturdy material that they use. That's why we like Lakeshore for educational purposes. So we're hoping 10 to 15 years at least, hoping.
There's a big box store that sells very cheap furniture that came to mind. I won't mention any names, but it's not something that we're going to be replacing annually.
Oh, no, yeah.
Trustee Gerfon?
Thank you, President Carrillo. So I love this idea of having a literacy corner hub. I'm curious, after we've purchased furniture, who's going to be staffing this corner? Is it going to be aides? Is it going to be the teachers? Who maintains the literacy corner?
So the idea is that the community school coordinators, as well as CBOs that they bring from outside the community, provide those services. For example, just at a prior district, I was a community school, my prior school was, so we created a hub, and that is where we were able to host all our parent nights. We were able to host Pique that came over and provided educational support to our families. We were able to host Centro La Familia when they needed to come and provide services to our family. So it was just a hub of resources for our family.
Okay. I know some of our elementary sites, they have reading labs where they have staff, operate those. Is this trying to be something similar to that?
Yes, however, incorporating family engagement. So if they decide to do a literacy night, this is incorporating two we used to call them bungalows, two rooms together to create a larger space so they can host more parents and families.
Thank you. And again, I think this would be a great resource for the Roosevelt community. I'm just curious if during school hours it will also be a place for vendors, or if it's going to be staffed by Central Unified staff that we can, hold accountable and be liable for.
So that is the exciting part about community schools. So the school gets to create the program, right? So they're in the works of creating a program during the day as well. They mentioned pulling students out into reading lab groups in that same center, because clearly we don't stop using it just because it's not being used for family engagement. So they are creating that plan, and that is what they get to report to us through our community school meetings.
Okay, so site leadership will determine whether it's, vendors or staff working
No,
there.
the community school committees. They already have committees with parents, community partners, teachers, classified staff that are part of that committee, and they're the ones making these decisions. They're actually the ones that approve this to come to the board.
Oh, excellent. And that committee meets regularly, right?
That is correct. Minimum of 3 times a year, but I'm just letting you know many of these are meeting monthly right now to spend the funds.
Okay, thank you for the questions.
And that committee item was approved by this board, or at least presented to the board, I think at least a year or two
Yes,
ago.
and we signed off on a standard operating procedure along with CUDA, our partners.
Okay. Any objection to having this returned under consent? Okay, consent it is. Item number 7, nope. 6, receive information regarding in-play contract for Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. Dr. Lopez.
Student and Family Services Expanded Learning Program proposes approval eventually of the in-play contract for intersession and summer ELOP student program registration. In-play's unique service enables Central Unified to effectively deliver ELOP programs and increase enrollment access via text. So what it does is all these paper applications that we used to do by hand, now our parents get a link in their language, primary language, sent to their cell phones, and it allows them to register the child through a text message application. It is all done in their home language. They do have a sole source. It is proprietary. The total cost right now is $105,000 to be funded out of expanded learning programs, and administration is recommending this item be placed on February 10th agenda for action.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Vice President Sellers?
What is different than some of the other programs that we already have and ways of reaching parents and families, like Parent Square, classrooms? Why do we need this?
Yeah, we attempted Parent Square last year when we first started. We tried to figure out how are we going to get all these students enrolled into our camps efficiently, fast, with all the waivers. Because every camp, we want to ensure that we are not liable for concerns that happen. There is waivers, there's insurances that come from those camps, and they have to sign the specific waiver that applies to the camp, and that is where it gets tricky. Parent Square, so once the parent, let's say, receives the application on Parent Square, completes the application, there is no way for them to select a camp and then be provided with the right waiver according to the camp they selected. And that is what this agency does. It sends them the link, they complete the application, but now whatever waiver is selected, they either get added to a wait list or they're sent immediately that waiver that goes along with that camp. And that is what created so much workload when we didn't use this. We've been using it, this is our second year now. Last year when we started with nothing, we utilized a lot of family outreach liaisons. The school sites felt a burden because we had not done camps in the past. The number of camps we've done now, we're at 32 camps, right, with various students signing up for or registering to wait list or to priority camps. It was hard for us to sustain that. We had to employ a lot of staff, and the burden was placed on the school sites as the parents went to enroll because the parents needed support with the applications, registering for the waivers. It was just too much. So that's when we started going with in-play. There's other agencies, Six Crickets is one of them. However, what we discovered that was different with in-play is the fact that they provide a lot of different languages. So the text message communication goes in the primary language of the parent. With Six Crickets, which was the most comparable one, it's in English. And once they select the language, then anything that comes up next, any other future text messages is in their primary language. The issue is that the primary language has the application. So we ideally want it to be in their home language.
Does in play, apologize for not quite understanding this, they're going to receive all of the applications and process all of that and provide that to the district? It's not just here's the stuff we collected and hand it off back to the district to...
They even assign us a manager. So everything that goes through them, they put everything in a nice list for us, compile the list, ensure that there's follow-up text messages for people that didn't complete one part of the application. So all the legwork that was being done by family outreach liaisons, by sites, in reality, this was put on sites to register students and make sure the parents had help. So they handle all of that. They even have a number that the parents can contact when they're struggling.
Okay, I suppose we'll just look at enrollment as
Oh,
success and feedback
Just to let you know
families.
that this last time, winter camp filled up in 30 minutes. That's how effective it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think to Vice President Zeller's questions, are we going to add a component that asks our parents and our families how well they liked the program and the translations and everything else, so that at least we can assess its effectiveness?
Yes, so we do give a winter, spring, and summer intercession survey.
Okay.
So we can definitely provide that feedback.
Thank you. Any objection to having this returned under consent? You can always pull it if you have more questions. Anyone can pull it. Number 7, receive information regarding schoolyard rap keynote showcase. Dr. Lopez.
So student and community surveys, some of those were posted in our presentation. The 3-year plan has provided insights into the need for us to create more family engagement opportunities that align to the cultural makeup of our district. Schoolyard Rap specializes in creating educational content, curriculum, and theater performances through the lens of history. This contract will allow our district to provide a celebration and a history lesson aligned to Black History Month, open for all our families to attend, and this is the exciting part. So they basically put together a theater performance, and what they do is they tell history and time, Black History for Black History Month. That's what we're going to showcase this time. And also, leading up to that performance, our students are taking lessons on a daily basis to learn more about Black history and our nation. And then we get to end with a fun performance. So we're going to open it to our whole community, give tickets to our families, and they are going to be able to attend. We're able to book them for 2 shows. So that amount will give us 2 grand performances of about an hour and a half each. And they get to go to, we're thinking of hosting it at, let's see.
Use your mic.
Oh, you know
Cornerstone Church.
Cornerstone Church. There it is in the contract. So we are excited to host this for our community and to explore how our community feels about hosting these kinds of events.
Any questions or comments? Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo. Any reason why Cornerstone Church was selected as the venue and not, say, the PAC at Central East?
Capacity. So if we're going to pay this amount of money, I want as many families to be able to attend. We only fit about 800 individuals in the PAC Center.
And what's the capacity for this building?
About 1,700, but we get 2 performances, so about 35 capacity.
Is this the only venue we went out to look for?
No, they looked at others, but they were a lot more expensive. So we also had to look at the budget. This pricing here that they provided me with includes the cost of Cornerstone Church.
Thank you.
Trustee Sellers, Vice President Sellers.
Thanks. How many people will be able to attend the performances?
About 3,500.
I'm just trying to figure out the cost here. It seems like a very expensive performance to go see. And then is transportation provided, included in this, or is the district on the hook for that?
So it would be on a Saturday. So then our families either provided, if our students attend a Saturday supplemental program, it would be paid from our supplemental grant through FCSS. So there's no cost to our ELOP funding. So they need this Saturday to ensure that our students We have 10 days that we have to recoup through supplemental grant. Those are different grants from FCSS right now. However, they require us 10 additional days that take place on Saturdays. So this would also count as a Saturday for us to gain some supplemental attendance.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Trustee Singh?
Dr. Lopez, so I mean, it sounds like a great program. Just so I understand, so is this aimed at our elementary school kids, our middle school kids, our high school kids, all of our kids?
All our students.
Okay.
So then any student in our ELO, in our after-school programs will for sure get first dibs. So we're going to provide them all with the ability to register with their families to attend. And then the remainder will be open to the public, to our families.
And then when they're getting the lesson that you're sharing every day, does that occur after, is that after school?
After school, however, if the school decided they wanted during the day as well, they can do that as well. We can open it up to them.
Okay, so the students that are learning in this opportunity, it's our after school programs, and then they're the ones that are going to be performing at the end of the month?
No, so these are actual, it's an actual theater performance by professional artists. So that is why it's so costly. They come from all over the nation, and they put a huge performance together. They have a video link that I can provide to you guys so you guys can actually see what it looks like.
Okay, that's helpful for me understanding. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, to bring this back under consent? Okay, consent. And then our final information item, and we do need to finish before 10:30 so we don't have to extend, is receive information regarding enhancing outdoor student space. Director Beth.
Good evening again, board members. Tonight, I'm bringing an item forward for information. As previously stated at the previous board meeting, the superintendent met with school sites and reviewed facility needs earlier this year, and staff has started to sequence these needs in order to accomplish them in a timely manner. At Biola and at Houghton Kearney Elementary, there are 2 existing solar canopies where we are looking to add additional concrete. At Central High School, there are 3 areas. There's an area behind the gym and the old tennis courts that are next to the gymnasium, and a concrete or a dirt area in between the two old tennis courts. We'll be adding concrete to those areas and redoing the tennis courts. Kaya has provided a proposal to complete this work under their CMAS contract number 420780089C. The total cost of this project would be $1,082,372.12 that would be paid out of the general fund. So currently at Biola and Houghton Kearney, under the solar canopies is dirt and some grass. So talking to the school sites when they were looking at what to use that space for, concrete kind of gives them a blank canvas to be able to, and those 2 areas are right next to their blacktop. So what I would say safely is, I want to say at Houghton Kearney, there was already some portable bleachers set up there. So that way families could, watch sporting events and so forth. At Central High School, the area behind the girls' locker room, behind the gymnasium, it's just oddly one dirt patch. So students are having to walk through dirt and the mud when they're getting out of campus. So this would just kind of finish completing the concrete area and make it all smooth. The other concrete area is where a lot of the students hang out during lunch. There's some trees there for shade, but again, it's dirt area. They can't grow grass. That's kind of where the kids hang out. So we're doing concrete so they're out of the dirt and they can put benches and additional seating for the kids. The old tennis area, which is right next to the gymnasium, it is asphalt, so they're going to just add some more, they're going to grind down and add more asphalt. That's going to really, I'm probably not going to do it justice. I did talk to the principal about what her vision is for it, but she has a really nice vision to kind of make that a community and student space to really kind of give Central High School something a little different, bigger than their current stage next to the cafeteria, just to kind of highlight and do a lot of different things there. So with the asphalt there, they are looking to add seating, shade, stuff like that to make it their own. But I want to, once we get closer, it's going to be a really nice area for the students next year. Administration has recommended this item be placed on the February 10th, 2026 board agenda for action after answering any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? One question, Vice President Sellers.
At Central High School, it doesn't look like any of the projects are taking place underneath the shade. Is there a plan to add shade to the seating areas that are going to be developed?
So nothing permanent. They're just going to be using, like, we'll get benches with umbrellas, maybe some standalone portable shade things that, or shade structures that we can purchase.
Okay.
Nothing that will be in the ground,
Okay.
fastened to the ground. Sorry.
I know it gets really hot here, and sitting out
Yeah.
in the sun on the hot concrete is not the most enjoyable place to be hanging out.
Yeah, so I'm probably, and there is on the proposal on the back, the very last page, there should be kind of a Google map of that area. You can see there's 4 trees, and that's where, if you go there around lunchtime, you see a lot of kids. So those trees are we're going to keep kind of provide as much shade.
Okay.
But yeah, on the tennis area, we're going to have to do benches with umbrellas and other portable shade. We got to do portable so we can get away from DSA and not go into that world and that. But I just want to make sure that's what you're talking about, because when you said canopies, I was thinking the shade structures in the parking lot. Sorry, maybe I just got confused.
Yeah, I was just, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And there is one other thing that they're doing. You guys might be aware there is a row of truncated domes in front of the gymnasium. They're all cracked up. They're also going to repair that and the bollards just to make it look a little bit nicer.
Any other questions? Trustee Singh?
Director Bott, just because we're on the topic, and I haven't visited for some time, but I remember a lot of folks always talking about the need for concrete at El Cap, where there would be that kind of like star. Did that ever get concrete? Did that ever get concrete put on it?
No, so we didn't do concrete. We did redo that. Oh, it's been some years, and I want to say about 4 years ago, maybe 3 to 4 years ago, we did end up re-sodding the turf, and then we did add some walkways, but I think it was DG that we did. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I just can't remember fully.
No,
but we did add some,
that's fine, as long as it's
yeah.
addressed, that's fine. It just reminded me of that.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
did do I would say something there, but yeah, I can double check and make sure. 99.9%, that was 99, that was done, but it's been a while, sorry.
No,
Thank
you're
you.
fine.
Any objection to having this return under consent? Great. Hearing none, that concludes our information items, advanced planning. The calendar is attached.
Thank you.
That'll get updated to include when we will be hearing about some of our workshops. Additional information and closing comments. Any final closing comments or requests for future agenda items by the board? Trustee Singh?
Just hoping that, I know Dr. mentioned it last time, Dr. Lopez, I know has done, put together data with regards to the cell phone.
Yes,
policy.
so the board bylaw committee is meeting February 11th. And so we will meet and then we'll bring that back to the board. Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you. Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Carrillo. Now that we're talking about advanced comments or board comments, I just want to say I'm very thankful.
Closing comments.
Closing comments, yes. Thankful that our admin has been meeting with students around issues that are important to them. I'm hoping that we can see an item come to the board for consideration in time for the end of the school year and being able to benefit this year's graduating class.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other hands. Next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, February 10, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. for our closed session, 7 p.m. for our public session. We do not need to adjourn to closed session or reconvene. Adjournment, what are the wishes of the board? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Sadoo. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any objections? Motion carries 10:17 p.m. Thank you, everyone.